Open meeting.
Okay. Good morning. I would like to call the July 22nd, 2021 virtual board meeting to order. The time is 9:01. I will start the meeting this morning with the board's mission statement and philosophy. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. The board fulfills its mission through the regulation of the practice of nursing and the approval of nursing education programs. This mission, derived from the Nursing Practice Act, supersedes the interest of any individual, the nursing profession, or any special interest group. Our philosophy: acting in accordance with the highest standards of ethics, accountability, efficiency, effectiveness, and openness, the Texas Board of Nursing approaches its mission with a deep sense of purpose and responsibility and affirms that the regulation of nursing is a public and private trust. The board assumes a proactive leadership role in regulating nursing practice and nursing education. The board serves as a catalyst for developing partnerships and promoting collaboration and addressing regulatory issues. The public and nursing community alike can be assured of a balanced and responsible approach to regulation. I'd like to welcome all our board members, board staff, and audience this morning to this board meeting. This meeting is being held pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Section 551.127, and in accordance with the governor's disaster declaration related to the COVID-19 pandemic and his subsequent orders. Before we begin this morning, I'd like to remind everyone to please keep their line on mute until they wish to address or speak to the board. And at the time an individual wishes to speak to the board, they should unmute themselves and then, after completing their remarks, should return their line to mute. Please remember to turn off any apps and/or email that may be open or running on your devices for the duration of this meeting. Finally, please remember to mute or turn off any cell phones. I would also like to remind everyone that the meeting today is being recorded and at the same time is also being sent out through a live link to the board's YouTube channel for the public to be able to observe this meeting today as it takes place. We will begin with the board member roll call. Ms. Kathy Thomas will take the roll.
Representing Consumers, Daryl Chambers.
Here.
Representing RN Practice, Laura Disk.
Present.
Representing RN Practice, Carol Hawkins.
Carol Hawkins, present.
Representing LVN Education, Ken Johnson.
Ken Johnson, present.
Representing LVN Practice, Kathy Leader-Horn.
Kathy Leader-Horn, present.
Representing Baccalaureate Nursing Education, Allison Porter Edwards.
Present.
Representing Associate Degree Nursing Education, Tamara Rhodes.
Present.
Representing Consumers, David Saucedo. Mr. Saucedo is absent. Representing Consumers, Maisie Jameson. Ms. Jameson is absent. Representing LVN Practice, Melissa Scott. Ms. Scott is absent. Representing Advanced Practice Nursing, Kathy Ship.
Kathy Ship, present.
Representing Consumers, Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, present.
Representing LVN Practice, Kim Wright. Ms. Wright is absent. Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. We'll now proceed with the introduction of board members and staff. Mr. Chambers, would you introduce yourself?
Daryl Chambers.
And you're representing?
I'm representing Consumers.
And you are from?
Fort Worth, Texas.
Fort Worth, thank you. Laura Disk.
Good morning. I'm Laura Disk. I represent RN Practice, and I am from Pharr, Texas.
Thank you. Dr. Porter Edwards.
Good morning, everyone. Allison Edwards. I am from Bel Air, Texas. I represent Baccalaureate Education, and I'm also faculty at the School of Nursing, University of Texas School of Nursing in Houston.
Ken Johnson.
Good morning. I'm Ken Johnson. I'm representing LVN Education. I'm from San Angelo and I teach at Howard College, Big Spring.
Thank you. Kathy Lederhorn.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Lederhorn. I represent LVN Practice on the board. I live in Granbury, Texas, and I practice in Fort Worth.
Thank you. Tamara Rhodes.
Tamara Rhodes. I represent Associate Degree Education in Amarillo, Texas. I am transitioning from a faculty member at Amarillo College to West Texas A&M University.
Thank you. Rick Williams.
Good morning. I'm Rick Williams. I represent consumers and I am from Killeen, Texas.
Thank you. And I'm Kathy Ship. I represent APR in Practice on the board. I live in Lubbock, and I am faculty at West Texas A&M University in Canyon in their nurse practitioner program. Now we will go to staff. Ms. Thomas.
Good morning, everyone. Catherine Thomas, I'm the Executive Director of the board. Dusty, will you introduce yourself?
Thank you. Good morning, board members. My name is Dusty Johnston, General Counsel with the board.
Tony?
Morning. My name is Anthony Diggs, Director of Enforcement.
Mark?
Good morning. Mark Mayak, Director of Operations.
Kristen?
Good morning. I'm Kristen Benton, Director of Nursing.
Patricia?
Good morning. I'm Patricia Villanes Cabrera, Executive Assistant.
And Dan, are you able to speak? Introduce yourself? No.
I don't believe
Okay.
he has
Dan
audio.
Fletcher is HR, as I said originally, so he's very busy behind the scenes.
IT. He's IT.
What did I say, HR? IT, sorry. He has a new job and he doesn't even know it.
I think we will have other staff that will be coming in and out at different times during the meeting, depending on what their presentation. Did I cover everyone? Was anyone left out? I thought Carol, I looked at that and I was like, I think I skipped Carol. I'm so sorry, Carol.
It's okay. My name is Carol Hawkins, and I represent RN Practice, and I'm from San Antonio, Texas.
Thank you. I had trouble hearing Tony, Carol, and Kristen. I don't know, did anyone else have any trouble with that a little bit? So I don't know if we can, what we can do and from that direction.
They may need to turn up their volume just a bit. That might help.
Okay, great. Thank you. So let's get started reviewing the agenda. Are there any changes, corrections, amendments to the full agenda?
Madam President, this is Catherine Thomas. I'm the Executive Director. Staff asked that agenda item 5.1.2, the quarterly statistical report for the third quarter, be removed from the agenda. It will be reported on in October.
Thank you. Board members and staff, are there any other changes to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, Dr. Edwards, could I get a motion to approve the agenda with the noted removal of agenda item 5.1.2?
Yes, Madam President. I move to approve the July 22nd, 2021 board meeting agenda with the removal of agenda item 5.1.2, quarterly statistical report, third quarter fiscal year 2021.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion to approve the agenda from a board member?
Kathy Lederhorn, I'll second.
Thank you. Having a motion and a second to approve the agenda, if no objection from board members, the agenda is approved. This vote is being taken according to the Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy, Rule 4. Board members, let's review the minutes from the April 22, 2021 board meeting and April 29, 2021 emergency board meeting. Dr. Edwards, can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
Yes, Madam President, I move to approve the minutes of the April 22nd, 2021 board meeting and the April 29th, 2021 emergency board meeting.
And is there a second to the motion to approve the minutes?
Laura Disk, I second.
Thank you. Having a motion and a second to approve the minutes, if no objection from board members, the minutes are approved. This vote is being taken according to the Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy, Rule 4. Let's move on to the consent agenda. Board members, are there any items on the consent agenda only that anyone would like to have pulled off the consent agenda? This is for the consent agenda only. Continuing with the consent agenda, board members, are there any recusals for the consent agenda? Are there any, and I have, as Kathy Ship, will recuse from 8.1 agreed order of Cynthia Garth, RN number 653205 and LVN number 140059. She's a past student of mine. Are there any other items on the consent agenda only that anyone needs to recuse themselves from? Okay, seeing none. Dr. Edwards, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of agenda item 8.1, agreed order of Cynthia Garth, RN number 653205 and LVN number 140059?
Yes, Madam President. I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of agenda item 8.1, agreed order of Cynthia Garth, RN 653205 and LVN number 140059.
Tamara Rose, second.
Okay. Having a motion and a second. We'll now take a vote. And when I call your name, please say your name and your vote. Daryl Chambers,
Daryl Chambers, approve.
Laura Disk,
4.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear if you said your name.
Laura Disk, 4.
Thank you. Dr. Edwards,
Allison Edwards, 4.
Carol Hawkins,
Carol Hawkins, 4.
Ken Johnson,
Ken Johnson, 4.
Kathy Lederhorn,
Kathy Lederhorn, 4.
Tamara Rhodes,
Tamara Rhodes, 4.
Rick Williams,
Rick Williams, 4.
and Kathy Ship, myself, 4. So the motion passes.
Madam President,
Yes.
before we continue, I wanted to check with the board members to see if they received the voting buttons through board docs to submit their vote through board docs.
This is
I
Kathy
did.
Lederhorn. I did.
Okay, so I just voted. Did you want us all to vote that way and we won't be calling anymore?
Correct, that we can utilize board docs to do the vote, and then
Okay,
if that's what you prefer.
that is good. We did the calling the vote for so long, but I think we did board docs last meeting and it worked well. So,
Yes.
so that way it'll be a matter of record. Did
Yes,
everyone
ma'am.
go in and vote?
Yes, ma'am. I'll send it out as each motion is made
Okay,
and seconded. I will send that out to the board members, and then Once everyone's voted, I'll call out the vote.
Great. Thank you. Little housekeeping.
So the consent agenda was approved with the exception of the agreed order, and now we're ready to move on to the consideration of the consent agenda recusal.
Great. Thank you. We will now take a vote on consent agenda item 8.1, board order of Cynthia Garth, RN number 653205, LVN number 140059. Dr. Edwards, can I get a motion to approve the agenda item 8.1, board order of Cynthia Garth, RN number 653205, LVN number 140059 on the consent agenda with my noted recusal on this item?
Yes, Madam President, I move to approve agenda item 8.1, board order of Cynthia Garth, RN number 653205 and LVN number 140059.
Is there a second on the motion to approve consent agenda item 8.1, agreed order of Cynthia Garth, RN number 653205, LVN number 140059?
This is Kathy Lederhorn. I second.
Thank you. Okay, having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote through board docs. So, Patricia, I checked abstain. I don't know if you need to, if it needs to say recused or.
Yes, Madam President, I will change that to indicate recuse as opposed to abstain. And the vote is unanimous for adoption of the order with your noted recusal.
Thank you. So the motion passes. Thank you, board members. Board members, staff, and audience will now begin the meeting by holding the open forum. It's now 9:19. Excuse me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the board, I'm recognizing this time as the beginning of open forum. Normally, this is an opportunity for the public to voice observations and opinions about the regulation of nursing, the approval of nursing schools, and/or nursing practice issues which fall under the purview of this agency. We welcome ideas or recommendations about issues in nursing practice or education. The information shared with us will assist the board in its regulatory role. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. Keep in mind the board's jurisdiction is limited to the approval of schools of nursing, examination and licensure of nurses entering practice, and the regulation of practicing nurses. Many aspects of healthcare, such as the operation of hospitals and the licensure or practice of healthcare providers other than nurses, are beyond this board's purview. In eligibility and disciplinary matters, the law provides that the board act on the basis of admissible evidence, which is secured and presented within the requirements of due process and the Administrative Procedures Act, the APA. Therefore, during this forum, we cannot receive information about any pending case. We would normally invite those wanting to address the board to identify themselves and present information to share with the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing. Board staff has received no requests for verbal public comments and no submissions of written comments. So having no request to present oral testimony, I'm now closing the open forum, and the time is 9:21. Thank you. Board members and staff will now proceed with the consideration of agenda items. The next item for consideration is Agenda Item 1.1, Executive Director's Report, and Kathy Thomas will be presenting.
Good morning, Madam President, board members. This is Catherine Thomas, the Executive Director. You have a written report in your
Kathy, we
materials.
cannot hear you.
I can hear her.
I heard her.
I can hear.
Yeah, we can hear her.
Yeah, I hear.
Oh, you got it? Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. This is Catherine Thomas, Executive Director. I'm presenting the report you can find under item 1.1 on the agenda. I'm not going to go through everything on here. I do want to highlight a couple of things. We are now up to 38 states in the Nurse Licensure Compact. This has been a busy and productive legislative session nationwide. We have 3 additional states joining this year. They are Vermont, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. And although this legislation has been introduced before, this session was successful in passing the compact in those 3 states, and we commend all those involved with the activities and the effect of this, which is to open the compact more, allow nurses to come in during disasters and any other reason they might need to help the state. So we're very excited to hear this news, and I'll tell you a little bit more about it when we get to item 6.1. I wanted to tell you that the e-Notify service that National Council offers allows employers and nurses to have publicly available licensure and disciplinary information sent to them directly. So that, say, if I'm a practicing nurse and I sign into this, if my license is due for renewal, I'll receive an automatic notification so that I don't let that slip between the cracks. We currently send postcards to nurses, but they often get lost in all the other mail that comes in to an individual's mailbox. So this will be a little more direct to their email and will provide that reminder. Employers likewise get licensure and disciplinary information to them so they know that nurses in their employ actually have current licenses, and if they're disciplined, they are aware of whatever the discipline is. So we currently have over 1,800 Texas nursing employers who have enrolled 588,600 Texas nurses in their in e-Notify enrollment. And then we have individual people who've signed up to get their own notice, and there are about 112,000 individuals signed up. So about 25% of our population. We want to that to increase over time because it's a nice reminder. We have that backup. We're sure that nurses are getting information, and so are employers. We know that employers rely on that information because they can't employ a nurse who isn't duly licensed without penalty. The Texas Facility Commission has followed up with us and sending us some construction plans, and we are reviewing those by staff right now. Things continue to move along on time on the projected move for summer of 2022. Now, the order of that move will not be everybody at one time, and we're not aware of our date particularly yet, but our desk supplies, our few desks that we're going to take with us will all be moved by the Facilities Commission at that time. So that's going smoothly. In addition, Mark will tell you about the funding for this move next summer in the legislature, and his report will follow mine, or at least 2 reports will follow mine. Okay. Just a couple things about the pandemic and where we are. First of all, with NCLEX. We've come a long way, I think, as far as Pearson VUE is concerned, our test administration vendor. Authorizations to test by the Board of Nursing, once awarded, result in an appointment within a few days. And we're not hearing a lot of complaints from people about this, so it seems to be working smoothly. On our side, the authorization to test for new graduates has been met and exceeded. So we are currently issuing those ATTs within 3 to 5 business days. That's been during our peak period for May to June of 2021. And that's the largest graduation cohort we have of the year. So I'm really excited about that. And thank you to Mark Mayak and his team for um, their response to this issue. You'll notice the bulletin is coming out now, and it comes out in groups of batched mail. So just to highlight a couple things, we open our newsletter with Ken Johnson's appointment to the Board of Nursing and a little interview with him that Bruce did. It's a very nice piece, and again, welcome, Ken. We're so glad to have you on board. We also have a feature article on the K-STAR program, which we'll talk a little bit more about today to let nurses know that it's an option and what's involved in that program. We have an article by the practice team on vaccine education in the face of hesitancy, talking about a nurse's responsibilities under the law and how they educate individuals, not, of course, forcing them or coercing anyone. We have published this time for the first time nurse regulator employment opportunities when we have openings that are for nurses. We've tried to post that in this issue, and we're anxious to see what kind of response we get. We're hoping to have wider distribution of the information and more responsiveness. We have an article on the Peer Assistance Program. It's called A Passion to Help Nurses Heal. Periodically, they do publish articles in our newsletter to get the word out about the program for nurses. And then we have an article on the new buprenorphine practice guidelines for opioid use disorder that have been released by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. And that is a pretty good summary of our newsletter. It'll be coming out about now. It's also available online. You can find it at the link I provided. Normally we do board development with each board meeting. We haven't been able to do that with our virtual experiences. So we look forward to October and opening up board development again. We do have some things in the queue. The one thing that comes to mind is the Sherman Act antitrust implications of our work, which will be provided by legal counsel, and that will be done pretty soon. We also have responded to questions that you all might have, and we have some idea of the things you would like to have on that board development agenda. And we'll work with Kim Wright from the board to send out an email to you all asking you if you have other ideas, collect that information, incorporate it into our plan for this coming year. We have a plan to visit the K-STAR program during the year. And of course, all that depends on local situations with the pandemic and what's going on with that. But that we actually were planning to do that last year and we couldn't do it because of traveling restrictions. So we'll plan that for the coming year, being optimistic that things are going well. Just a note about our predictive analytics project. That study was concluded in the spring, and the authors are publishing an article on the study. We were very excited to be a part of this international study that was funded through a National Council of State Boards of Nursing grant. It was done with the jurisdictions of Texas, the United Kingdom, and the country of Australia and their regulatory board. It was, as I said, it was completed in the spring, and the funding is over and all of that's over, but Texas is very interested in continuing this study, and we are exploring our options to do that with a research team, perhaps externally contracted, and we'll be requesting funding for that through that same grant program if all goes well. So stay tuned, and I will continue to update you on this study. It is exciting because it offers us the opportunity to increase our efficiency in decision making about nursing complaints. And just to put it in a nutshell, I think it would help us focus less on the low risk situations, which we give kind of a equal opportunity, if you will, and more on the higher priority cases that we know are more serious risk of harm or actual risk of harm to patients. Just a couple of updates about the COVID pandemic. We continue to plug along with all of our functions. We've been able to meet our mission essential functions during this time period. We have brought staff back to the office beginning June 7th at a rate of 50% of their time in the office during this time of transitioning them back from remote work. We're trying to evaluate at the supervisor and director level what has been our experience with this, what have we learned, what can be done effectively by telework and what isn't. So we've had an acculturation of teamwork, which has been helpful. We have planned some training that we'll be doing. We've done one training so far. We've identified what our communication gaps are and how we might address those in the future. And evaluating performance, how do we do that by distance? Because we will consider some telework policy ongoing, and we need to make sure our supervisors are well trained and feel comfortable in supervising their teams on an ongoing basis. And then, and very importantly, we are working on an extensive records retention project. We're anticipating our move to the new offices in the summer of 2022, and we must get rid of a lot of paper. That means we're moving records by scanning that need to be kept to the cloud. We're actually in the process of doing that now. And records that need to be archived will be sent to the state library. We have an existing contract with. We finally received an approval of our records retention plan that we submitted in the fall of 2019. But of course, the pandemic happened in the interim, and it's been hard on all agencies, including the library staff. So um, we finally did get approval this week. And that's extremely helpful to us because we have to adjust our policies to comply with that plan and make sure as we're reviewing documents this summer and throughout the coming year that we apply that records retention plan. A special shout out to Gina Abel, legal counsel, who led us in this review. It was not without its bumps and a very complex procedure. And all of the individuals on our staff who were involved in records retention and helped inform her throughout the process as she developed the the revised plan to be sent to the library. Okay, we have, as you know, developed a disaster response plan that is required by the State Office of Risk Management, and that's been required for years. But we have to make amendments to it every other year. And this particular year is not our year to make the amendments. It's our year to conduct an exercise. And this is what would we do in a disaster, and what would be the exercise scenario. So staff developed an exercise scenario that involved the pandemic because it was so relevant to what we've been through recently. We wanted to reconstitute the agency functions, also a very timely subject for us during a real live event. And the exercise went very smoothly. We submitted a summary of our exercise protocol to the State Office of Risk Management. It was accepted and commended. And so we're very excited about that, and it will inform any changes we make to our plan next year because that will have to be submitted to SORM at that time. I think that was all I was going to highlight, and I'm certainly open for any questions that you all have.
Thank you,
very
Kathy.
much. Thank
That
you,
was a
Madam
great report. A lot of work uh, continuing under the pandemic to do, and especially a good job of moving the agency to remote last year and then doing the process. I think it came back at 25% and then to 50%. And for you and your staff taking care of that. And also the ORBS implementation with Mark and his group. It's a good job. So we have about 8 minutes. Do you think that's enough time for us to do 1.3?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay,
So
so
I believe that Patricia will bring Bruce Holter into the meeting now.
okay,
It's going to
so
take just a minute. I need Bruce to reconnect. He got disconnected.
okay, members, if you want to look at 1.3, the legislative report for the 87th regular Texas legislative session. In reading over this is a lot of bills, and I know that there were thousands that Bruce was covering, and I think, and did you say our consultant Mary Beth helped with that as well?
She did. She helped Bruce. She followed all the Senate bills, and he would follow and sign the House bills, and it was a cooperative effort. But this is primarily Bruce's responsibility, and he does it every legislative session. So.
This will not be a voting item. This is informational purposes only, so no action is required.
Patricia, if Bruce is having any problems, we could proceed to item 1.4 and pick that up later.
Okay.
I'm checking with him. Here he goes. He just came in. There we go.
Okay. Okay.
I'm looking for him.
I see him.
Bruce.
Welcome.
There
He's
he is.
waving.
Hi. Okay.
Yeah, we can't
What?
hear you, Bruce. Are you unmuted?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. Madam President and board members, agenda item 1.3 is an overview of legislation enacted during the 87th regular Texas legislative session. The way the report is organized is the section 1 of the report has the two bills amending the Nursing Practice Act from the regular session, which were House Bill 375 and House Bill 1434. Following the first section, we have a summary of 17 bills related to agency operations. And these can be anything from bills relating to storage of guns, active shooters, deferred adjudication, proposing our rule summaries in Spanish, paid leave for reserve duty during disasters, APR and death certificates, most importantly, the budget bill, agency contracts, ERS benefits, cybersecurity, and public information during disasters. Section 3 of the bill, of the report, has basically all of the other bills that we're looking at. And some of these bills relate to telehealth, women's health, mental health, medical cannabis, immunizations, first responders, correctional health, organ donation. There are a lot of different categories covered in this report. many of these bills will appear in the October bulletin when we summarize legislation for nurses. Now, I should also mention that we are also monitoring the special session that's taking place right now. Currently, we have our eye on about 28 bills that have been filed in the special session. But if you're following current events, you know that there is no quorum, so none of these bills will advance until there's a quorum, and we'll distribute these bills if we get a quorum and these bills have a chance for passage. But basically, that's where we are with regard to the 87th legislative session. One other thing I should mention is that there is the possibility of another special session after this one, and we're also looking at another session related to redistricting in the fall. And that's it on my report.
Madam President, may I ask a question?
Yes.
So Bruce, any of these bills, the 28 bills that if we do get the quorum and we're productive in this special session, any of those stand out as potential forerunners of advancing?
Well, that's really difficult to say right now, at least for the first special session. You know, without a quorum in the House, they have zero chance of passage.
Right.
So, you know, time will tell on this as we get closer to the August the 7th deadline when this first special session ends.
I just wondered if there were any standouts of those 28 bills that you heard a little more chatter about, dialogue about, that you could project, if you were going to project what might advance, if there were any that stand out to you.
Well, I would say that we'll probably see another abortion bill passed in the special session. And there are some other bills relating to immunizations that may have a chance for passage. We'll just have to wait and see what the legislators do when they're not dealing with the election bill.
Right. I think the abortion bill was one of the 11 priorities that Governor Abbott identified in the special session.
That is correct. And of those 28 bills, approximately 9 of those bills relate to abortion.
Thank you, Bruce.
Bruce, this
Yes.
is Kathy Ship. So I saw that like many nurses, 300,000 sent a letter to Governor Abbott and about nursing issues, but I didn't see anything in his 11 priorities. Have you heard any background talking or anything, APR in practice, any of that?
So far, we've heard nothing as far as advancement of any of the bills relating to nursing initiatives. I know that there was some press coverage asking, with nursing groups asking that those items be added to the agenda for the special sessions, but thus far, we've seen no movement to do so by Governor Abbott.
Thank you. These are interesting times. So
They are
a lot.
indeed.
Usually you're kind of clear on this. So just so our public and our members can grasp the enormity of it, how many bills were filed and how many actually ended up being passed in that 87th session?
Well, in a typical legislative session, we see approximately 7,000 bills introduced. And during the session, at the high point, we were monitoring approximately 750 bills. And we started at the peak of the session with 17 bills that would amend the Nursing Practice Act. And by the end of the session, that had dropped to 2. So there's a pretty high attrition rate on bills introduced versus bills that are passed. Now, I can get back with you the number of bills that were enacted in this session, but I would say that number is lower than normal this time for several reasons. I know that some bills were killed at the end of the session by the walkout. I know that several of our bills on the list were casualties of the walkout at the end of the session. But I also think that we had a overall lower number of bills that were passed in this session.
I was thinking the last session before this one, it was like 200 and something. So I just think it's really significant to think about where it starts and where it ends, but especially those 750 you were watching. So thank you. You're a great go-to source for us. And you can see we really appreciate it. In fact, when I was reading through all this, I was like, these are just the ones he's talking about, not the ones that um, he was watching. And I think Mary Beth helped you on some of those as well. So
Yeah,
thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I do want to give a big thank you to all the staff that helped with this process, because we literally had staff across the entire agency watching these bills during the regular session. It really was a team effort to do this.
So,
Thank you.
Madam
Thank you for
President,
saying that.
these bills are assigned to individual staff members. Nobody could track all these bills and do their job. So we sort of spread it out among the staff, and that's who Bruce is talking about. So many thanks to them. The other thing I would point out to you is the 2 bills that amended the NPA. You'll hear more about rule development under Section 7 of the agenda by legal later today, as we talk about House Bill 375, which increased the penalties for conviction of sexual abuse of a young child or disabled individual, and House Bill 1434 that addresses the performance of pelvic exams on unconscious or anesthetized patients as a grounds for discipline. So stay tuned. Thank you so much, Bruce.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that was an information and no action. So at this time, we'll now consider agenda item 3.2.8, consideration of proposal to establish a new nursing education program for agenda item 3.2.8A, Oxford Academy in San Antonio, Texas Vocational Nursing Education Program. So have those Oxford Academy presenters been admitted?
Yes, the representatives from Oxford Academy that are been added into the meeting are Kimberly McNaughton.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yes, I
believe
see her. I do
that's
not
it.
see her. I see her name.
Yes, I'm not getting a picture on her either. And I believe she's the only representative that has joined the meeting.
And I see Dr. Ayers is on. Good morning.
And Dr. Hooper.
And Dr. Hooper. Good morning.
Madam President, I just received a message from Board Member Carol Hawkins that she's not able to hear the meeting. So can you give me 1 second with her?
Sure.
I also see that Iyiki has also joined the meeting, but I'm not seeing a picture on him. Okay, I see him now. Now I do see him. But
Oh, yes.
I'm not able to see Kimberly McNaughton. Her image is not displaying.
Yes, and I don't see Franklin. And so, Dr. Hiki, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I'm saying that correct. Can you hear me? He's not responding. Uh,
Dr. Ihiki, can you hear us? I believe he's having some technical issues on his end, as I don't hear him either, and he's not
mhm.
muted.
Is the other presenter going to be there, Franklin Okibo?
Do not show that that presenter has entered the room.
They're
And
supposed to all be there.
I don't have anyone in the lobby waiting. Dr. Hooper, do you think you can reach out to them telephonically?
I can only do it by email.
Oh,
so
I
it's
see.
not so good. They have my cell phone though, and I have not heard from them.
Was Carol having sound before and then lost it?
Yes, I believe so. And she is rejoined the meeting now. I don't have an image on her, and I'm not sure if she can hear us.
I hadn't charged my headset when I got ready to do this. So I don't know if that makes a difference, if it runs out, if it's not plugged in.
Yeah, I think Carol has left. She's going to try to rejoin again.
Looking forward to hopefully October, where we can have people in front of us. And
I show that Kimberly McNaughton has joined again, but we still don't have an image on her. Kimberly, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am, I can. I'm working on the video right now.
Okay, and we also cannot hear Dr. Ihiki. Is that how you pronounce his name? And we're not sure if he can hear
Ejeki.
us. We cannot.
Can you hear them? He is trying to make sure that you can hear him now. We tested this earlier. I'm not sure what our problem is. I apologize.
That's okay. But yeah, I don't have him muted, and I'm not able to hear him. And I'm not sure
Okay.
if he can hear us.
Can you hear them, Dr. E? He is unable to hear you. He's working on it, ma'am.
is he with you?
Yes, we are all signed in on separate computers in the same room. So frustrating. I don't understand.
I do have an introduction that takes a little bit to read. So I think I could start that part since Ms. McNaughton said she can hear us while they're working on this. Is that an okay thing? Ms. Thomas and Patricia?
I'll defer that question to Dusty.
I guess my question is, can they all hear us?
I can hear you. This is Kim McNaughton, and they are unable to hear you at this time. Could you go get Caesar?
Can they hear from your computer if your computer is increased in volume? If they're
She seems muted now.
Yes, we are working on this now and trying to make sure everybody can hear you as well. In the event that we can't, I can take the headset off and we'll be able to hear.
Dr. E, can you hear us yet or no?
He cannot.
Okay.
I can see him.
Maybe we should just go ahead and try that, Kim, in order
Okay.
to kind of.
My apologies.
No, no worries. What's interesting is that we can see him, we can't see you, but we can hear you and we can't hear him.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if we do a combination, if y'all get y'all's computers close enough together to where we could
Yes.
see you all on the cameras and do audio through your computer and visual through his.
Okay. I'm hoping to get my visual as a setting, and I'm hoping to get that taken care of just shortly. Give me one more second here.
I think these are all brand new computers.
Mine is actually.
President Ship,
yes.
the part of your introduction, right, was to probably swear in the witnesses as they're, if they were going to testify as in the program.
I wasn't going to do that part.
Right.
I just
Okay.
was going to talk about the sections of the Texas Occupation Code and what we require them to do, and then hold off till that point.
Honestly, I think it'd be fair to them to be able to hear that before we
Okay.
begin.
Can you hear us?
You can hear me, and I have Franklin, and Dr. E is close by as well.
And you can
Okay.
hear us?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right.
Can we see, there will be a point that I will need to see the three of you raising your hand, swearing in.
Okay. Let's see.
We see, okay, you don't have to do it right now. I'll tell you when you need to raise it. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. I apologize. My headset will not work, but I can hear you and I can see you all.
Well, we can hear you now. Okay. And so Kimberly, is he with your laptop or was that his?
That he is on his laptop.
Very good.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm the one talking, if you can see me. I'm Kathy Ship and I'm the president. So I'm
Yes,
raising
ma'am,
my
madam.
hand. Okay, good. Is Franklin on it as well?
Yes, I'm here.
Would you like
Okay.
us to join Dr. E so we can swear in together?
Okay, if the three of you can hear, I'm going to start with the part of the presentation. Then when you raise your hands, I will need you all on the same screen so that you can raise your hand and swear in, and I will tell you when that's going to happen.
Okay.
Okay? Are we good, Dusty, with that? Okay, good. Okay, you do not have to raise your hand at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
So this is a public hearing for a new nursing program. Under section 301.157 of the Texas Occupations Code, the Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirements and standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. The board has received a proposal from Oxford Academy to establish a new nursing education program in San Antonio, Texas. Excuse me. The purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, and organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from Oxford Academy will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing and the instructions for doing so. Board staff has received no such requests. The proceedings this morning will be presented in the following manner. Persons who will be presenting on behalf of the nursing education programs will be given 20 minutes to make their presentation. And please make your comments as concise as possible. At the beginning of your remarks, please tell us who you are and who you represent. And if you are addressing particular parts of the proposal, please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral remarks with written testimony, you may do so at the close of this hearing by submitting those comments to board staff via email. So will the representatives of Oxford Academy Nursing Education Program raise their right hand and be sworn in? Okay, great. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
Okay,
Madam
all three.
President.
Okay, thank you. Now the board will recognize, is Dr. Hooper, are you going first, or Dr. Ayers?
I'll be giving the presentation. Thank you, Madam President. Good morning,
Thank you.
board members and board staff, including our two other education consultants who are in the virtual world with us. Thank you for your patience this morning. Oxford Academy is a new career school in San Antonio. They have TWC, Texas Workforce Commission approval, and they plan to establish a VN and a CNA program at the site. The owners have past experience with nursing education and nursing review courses. In my reading of their proposal, I think they were trying to be very open with us, and you could see that there have been some business ventures that haven't been as successful as they had hoped. I'm going to let them talk about that briefly, but I talked with them yesterday and discovered that they bought Jay College 5 months before it was being closed by the board. So I think they thought they could fix the problems, but that has not happened. When they speak, they can address questions from you regarding this. The proposal was started by a director candidate who did not continue with the process, and Ms. Kimberly McNaughton was recruited to move forward. She is a experienced nurse educator in VN education of 10 years at Schreiner University and has 8 years of practice in different settings in the San Antonio area. A consultant assisted her in writing the proposal. This is a curriculum that she developed. It's not a curriculum they're bringing from another state. Board staff has had several conference calls with Ms. McNaughton. She brings an excellent background and she is familiar to the area. The program is designed to be completed in 3 traditional semesters over a 12-month period. The enrollment plan is for 30 students each year for 2 years, and then 35 students each year following that. Clinical contracts have been signed for 6 different sites, and Ms. McNaughton continues to seek other sites to provide a diverse clinical experience. The 3 VN programs in San Antonio have closed, leaving a gap in possible opportunities for VN education. Oxford Academy has been preparing the facility with new equipment and resources for the program. Mr. Okigbo will be on site to assist and provide services in the admission process. Initially, 4 nursing faculty, including the director, will provide instruction and clinical supervision. In addition, they have 9 other highly qualified candidates with master's degrees who are prepared to begin. The curriculum is based upon the DEX and includes all aspects required in 214.9. Classes will be face-to-face for didactic labs and clinical practice. Recently, I was a part of a committee at NCSBN looking at quality indicators in nursing education that identify programs of success as well as warning signs. In my reading their proposal, I see that they have an experienced director, they have faculty with high qualifications, they have diverse clinical opportunities, and they have faculty coming in with current clinical skills. Those are all quality indicators and will help project success. Now I'm going to let the other people introduce themselves. Maybe if you come to the computer that has the visual one at a time and speak, and you may proceed at your pace. And we would like to learn the proper pronunciations of your last names. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and members of this esteemed board. It's the honor of my life to be able to be given this opportunity to speak with you. And good morning again, and thank you all, Madam President and highly esteemed members of Texas Board of Nursing. My name is Ejike Asi Ebunam, and I will be acting as the president and co-owner of Oxford Academy here in San Antonio, Texas, if I was given the honor of having the school approved. I'm eternally grateful to God and many persons that God have used to bring me up to this level. I'm a father of 3 children, 3 little children. William is 10 years old, Sophia 6, and another girl, 4-year-old. I'm a Nigerian trained physician, and in America, I'm a basic medical science educator in pharmacology, pathophysiology, anatomy and physiology, and I have been doing NCLEX review prep for the past 10 years with great successes. I am currently serving as the president of a nursing school in Florida, Jay College of Health Sciences. I'm going to speak a little bit about Jay College in a few minutes. But 2.5 years ago, my friend, Franklin Okigbo, and I decided to use Oxford Academy to provide our experience to a rapidly growing, vibrant, diverse, melting pot to the surrounding communities, Bexar County in general, and San Antonio in particular. And our aim is to provide vocational nursing education to some underserved younger demographics that would also represent a significant opportunity for them to move up the food chain from being a nurse aide to entry-level needful vocational nurses. Right now, our fantastic director of nursing here, Mrs. Kimberly McNaughton, she started her nursing career as a vocational nurse. And let me digress a little bit and go back to Jay College. We acquired an already existing college, badly performing, and I was about to be terminated by the Florida Board of Education, Jay College, 2 years ago. We were aware, our due diligence told us that the program will be terminated in about 4 or 5 months' time. But we still went ahead to purchase the school because it still has a bachelor's program that won't be terminated. So it has a bachelor's program, but the ADM program will be terminated in about 4 months' time. Since I do NCLEX review for a living, I was thinking I would be able to change what they are doing, change the culture, be able to improve their passing rate, even though it was at a teach-out level. So 4 months down the line, the Florida Board of Nursing terminated the program. They did so because all schools in Florida that didn't attain accreditation within 5 years of their first enrollment will have to be shut down. So I was aware when we were acquiring it. But we acquired J College because it has a BSN program, which we have started. And I'm not, without attempting to hide the ugly numbers they have, the pass rates, it was not enough time for us to steer the ship and improve their passing grade. I learned invaluable lessons in that. Some of the lessons I learned is that you cannot be able to change a whole lot of things if you didn't start from the beginning. That recruiting high quality, motivated students identified during the admission process is a potent predictor of less attrition and excellent chances of post-graduation licensure. And I also learned that if a student is being challenged academically or struggling, they need to be identified early, not towards the end, not during the teach-out, with provisions for counseling, making sure we have actionable, individualized plans to provide better outcome. And I also learned that students, when they take a whole long time before graduation and sitting for their NCLEX exam, it leaves a void that might lead them to failures in NCLEX exam. So that the best outcomes are usually when they go for this test as quickly as they finish. In this venture, Madam President, if our program is approved, it will be led by our wonderful director, Kimberly McNaughton, and we are going to provide her with our 100% support to carry out her vision and passion. I thank you all, Madam President, and members of this august committee, and I am willing to yield my own time to them to introduce themselves and to answer and clarify any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who would like to speak next? And please introduce yourself.
My name is, good morning, Madam President and distinguished board members. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present our proposal in front of the board. I also want to thank Dr. Hooper and Dr. Ayers for their tremendous support they extended to us throughout our application process. My name is Franklin Okibo. I'm a father of 6 children, 4 girls and 2 boys. I stand before you today with my colleague to present our proposal. I have 18 years experience in school business. I attended Southern Illinois University, Carbondale, Illinois, with a degree in finance. Also, a master's in Southeastern University in Washington, D.C., with a degree in management. I founded Knowledge First Institute in 2009 to provide nursing assistant program to the public. We choose to open Oxford Academy in San Antonio to help to improve the cultural diversity. As a campus director of Oxford Academy, my role will be to manage the daily operation of the campus, overseeing administration, and evaluate college administrative and support personnel. Finally, oversee marketing and identify opportunities for financial growth. With the experience of our Director of Nursing, Kimberly McNaughton, Dr. Ejike, and myself, I have absolute confidence that without a doubt that Oxford Academy will be successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McNaughton. There you are.
Thank
Hello.
you. My apologies for our technical difficulties. Good morning. Thank you for introducing us, Dr. Ayers. I'm Kimberly McNaughton, RN, BSN, and I'm the director of the proposed Oxford Academy program in San Antonio, Texas. I want to sincerely thank Dr. Ayers, Dr. Hooper, and Dr. Varnell for communicating with me and supporting us to get here today to present this proposal. I also want to thank the entire Board of Nursing. As a nurse and educator and also a consumer in Texas, I believe that you spend a lot of time trying to ensure we have the best planned nursing programs and education in our state. My aspirations, as Dr. E said, for nursing started when I was a young licensed LPN for the first 15 years of my career. I became an RN 18 years ago, a BSN 2 years ago, and soon will have my master's in nursing education in February of 22. I've previously taught in a successful LVN program at Schreiner University in Kerrville, Texas, approximately 7 years. I coordinated coursework, I taught skills lab, and arranged clinical rotations there. Many of the LVN students that I taught are now RNs, and they are working in hospitals in various settings. I'm very proud of them. I have a health science teaching certificate also for Texas Public Schools, and that allowed me to teach health science classes and anatomy and physiology in high school. I also created a brand new CNA program in our hometown school district of Medina, Texas. I recently left the critical care setting and hospital in January of this year. I left behind some amazing nurses. I believe my recent clinical and strong leadership experience is important to my role here as director in this new Oxford Academy VN program. Although clinical nursing has been really rewarding to me, my intention has always been to return to teach nursing. I appreciate the opportunity and feel supported in my role here at Oxford Academy. With approval from the board, our plan for our independent Oxford VN program is to first advertise through TV, radio, and media widely in and around San Antonio for potential students. After recruiting, completing admission criteria, and passing the screening requirements, we plan to admit 30 culturally diverse and academically strong students. We want students with aptitude that will complete our program and pass the NCLEX PN licensure exam. Our convenient, spacious Oxford campus is located in San Antonio off Loop 410 and I-10, and it provides spacious parking for all of the planned students. The campus is close to the South Texas Medical Center, where we have some clinicals also planned in those locations. Our campus has much potential for growth, and I'm excited about that. We have 3 very large classrooms. Our nursing skills lab is also very spacious, and we have it completed with 8 hospital beds and 5 mannequins. We've purchased equipment and linens, and I have them stored away in lockable cabinets. We plan to build on this inventory as a need arises. We have a nursing and testing library ready for the students even today. The Oxford Academy VN Education Program is a 12-month face-to-face daytime program. Our LVN students will study over the 3 semesters that are 16 weeks long. Our total didactic hours are 496. The lab hours are 44, and the clinical hours are 528. And this sums up to 1,168 hours of contact hours that will complete the 47 semester hours. Our first potential cohort will be a class of 30 students. This is very important to us. The students will be academically selected according to the highest ATI and TEAS exam scores. The ATI testing score desired for the Oxford VN student admission is a minimum total score in the proficiency area or higher range with scores 58 to 79. We would prefer students at least in the 60s. According to the ATI studies that we researched, applicants that have a proficiency level and a specific score of 65.5 or higher are tending to do very well with their overall academic success. We also have ATI exams that are embedded into the appropriate coursework in our program, and the students are able to determine their mastery level as they go along in each course. The ATI also includes remediation and retesting opportunities for the students in the courses, so they do not feel punished for having a low exam, but they can go back and retest and improve their score and confidence. ATI and TABNY will be utilized for faculty enrichment and growth in our program. Conferences will be attended and online access will be provided. To maintain our academic standards and progressive semester coursework, we will not be admitting any transfer students into our program. Our coursework passing grade is defined as a C, which is 78 to 82%. There will be immediate remediation and support plans put into place for success when students are identified in need of having extra help who may be failing assignments or having difficulties with exams. Faculty-led tutoring sessions will be implemented in group or as an individual as needed. Study groups will be encouraged, and our students will be welcome to use campus resources after school if they choose. One course failure at Oxford Academy will require that student to return into the next cohort and pass that successfully before they're able to progress on to graduation. If they have a second failure, that will mean that the student will be permanently dismissed from our VN program. New students are going to be required to attend a mandatory face-to-face orientation on our campus and receive a student handbook information inclusive rules provided before classes begin. Oxford VN students will be educated to practice safely within the Texas LVN scope of nursing practice. Our LVN students will learn to care for patients, displaying cultural sensitivity, and be prepared to perform safe patient care at all times under my direction. All students will be expected to work appropriately in their role in the healthcare team in any various setting they are assigned. Our nurse instructor ratios are planned 1 to 10 for clinical and 1 to 30 in the classroom. We do not plan at this time to use any outside preceptor in clinical. We're very pleased with the signed clinical contract agreements that we have at this time because I feel they really correlate well to our nursing program and education. I will continue to research and look for new clinical opportunities as they arise as our healthcare setting changes. Thank you for letting me present my program, and we are open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentations to us. And now I'd like to open it up to questions from the board.
Hi, this is Tamara Rhodes, and I have, thank you for submitting your proposal. I went through every page of it, and it's quite lengthy and it has a lot of good data in it. There are several questions that I had when going through your documentation. When I'm looking at the need for your program, you submitted a chart on page 10 of your application that shows the 4 current programs in your area. And when I go through and look at your totals and the number of qualified applicants versus the number of applicants actually enrolled, I'm getting different, it's not adding up the same as what I'm seeing on your math. Could you address that table? And do you have access to that table on page 10 of your application?
Yes, I can get access to it. I'm away from my intended desk.
And you guys listed 4 different schools in the area, and you did listed numbers of qualified applicants for each program and then the number of enrolled applicants. And you added up that you had 1,000 qualified applicants and only 905 were admitted. When I go through and add the numbers that you provided, I'm coming up with 1,145 applicants and 1,210 that were actually, they had capacity for. And then when I look at the number, it says number of unable to accommodate due to capacity. There are zeros beside each of those schools. It says there were 0 students that were not able to be accommodated, but you have a total of 145. So I was confused about where we got 145 when there were zeros listed for each school.
Yes, ma'am, I do see that, and it looks like it could be an error.
Okay. When I look at the
Ms.
qualified,
Rhodes, this is Jan Hooper. One thing also, programs are dependent upon the numbers that they get through the NEPAS. So I can't always sure the math is accurate.
yeah, it was just confusing because there were 4 zeros and then it had 145. So I wasn't sure how that came up. So when I
Yes,
do the math, it looks like it looks like 0 were not able to be accommodated. And it
yes,
looks like
ma'am,
there are
I do.
actually some available spaces.
Okay, I do see that. It must have been an error in our uncorrected.
Okay. One large concern I have, I found little discrepancies throughout, and some of them could be typographical, but I did find a lot of little discrepancies throughout. When I noticed that your tuition is $20,000 for the 1-year program, and it is a private for-profit school, so that's understandable that your tuition is going to be a little bit higher. But when I look at your admission, there was a statement that said that you guys would be able to overcome what the other 3 programs that have actually closed down, guys would be able to overcome that. Some of the problems at those schools that you noted were lack of faculty because of funding issues. I'm guessing the higher tuition would help you obtain more faculty.
Yes. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, again. That was one of the reasons why we have to work as a team, myself and Franklin, to, if need be, use our personal resources, especially at the beginning part, to make sure that we focus on the academics. And we expect that at the beginning it will be difficult. So we are going to invest our personal resources, if need be, to make sure that the high quality staffs are recruited. And that if our scores are excellent and the numbers are good, we expect gradual progression, like in 2 years, to be able to admit up to 35 students. We are not naive about the expenses that we have to shoulder at the first couple of years. That is what we have learned from experience.
Okay.
And that was one of the reasons why I teamed up with my partner.
Thank you
to
so
make sure that we
much.
have available resources. Thank you.
Thank you. I was also looking at your admission criteria. You're listing the ATITs, and you told us the numbers that you guys are looking for their proficiency. I noted that you're allowing the students 3 attempts in a 12-month period. So I was wondering your thoughts behind that. In my practice, we've noticed that, if I'm not seeing any variation if they get the same score on a 3rd attempt versus a 1st attempt. I'm seeing that they can take it several times. And so I'm just wondering how you're going to differentiate between those students to pick the most qualified candidates. And you also mentioned that you're also going to pick diverse students. So how will you choose your students and differentiate between their first attempt versus their third attempt in 12 months?
Yes, ma'am. I can't give you an actual date, but we will have a cutoff date for application. If a student has not achieved the proper entrance exam score, we will look at them in the following cohort if they choose and are able to score. But we do want to really take the students that reach the proficiency level at least.
So you might reconsider the 3 attempts because students can obviously study for that exam and beef up for that exam, but if they're doing that on their third attempt, that person is probably not as proficient as a student that would achieve that on their first attempt. So you might take that into consideration.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And when I'm looking at your progression, I'm noticing that you did say after they've in each course, I'm seeing a lot of similarities in your syllabi, and I think that's fabulous for your students. It decreases confusion and it helps them be more successful. One of the issues that I noticed, it stated that if they fail a second exam, then they would be put into advising. So my question is, why would we wait till their second exam? Sometimes by the time you've met the second exam, if they've had 2 failures, they're at very high risk of not passing the class. And also, when I read the term advising, I'm just wondering what kind of safety net you have in place, because advising doesn't necessarily mean to me that it doesn't look like a strong safety net. So
Yes,
I'm wondering how you're going to capture those students and protect them and try to help them be successful.
I would like to see students after first failed exam. And as far as advising, the thoughts in my mind are that I would like to actually meet or have the instructor meet with the student each week and gauge how they feel their progress is. I would also really like to look at student study habits and have them really diagnose their own learning style, which is something that a lot of us did not get when we were in school. And I really feel like that will help the students also.
Okay. When I look at your faculty tentative time schedule, it was only noted that they would have 2 hours a week for tutoring. So when I look at the number of faculty and the number of students, I'm concerned that 2 hours a week with that number of students. And when you're looking at students that are paying $20,000 whenever there are other options in schools, you're probably looking at students that are very desperate, that are just really eager to get into a school. And so I'm concerned that these might not be the top students in the area, that they might be at higher risk and they might need a little more safety net there.
Okay. My thoughts on that are we will accommodate the students' tutoring needs, whatever they may be, and present at the time. I want to make sure each student feels supported and has everything they need to try to succeed. So we'll increase that if need be.
Okay. I'm sorry, I have a few more questions.
That's okay.
So, I did notice that under you have like 4 different clinical sites that you've already had articulations with. And under your pediatrics, your current agreement is only with a daycare, which I think would be fabulous for growth and development. I'm wondering, I saw that you have some pediatric clinics that you're working to try to get agreements with. How is that process going?
It's going great. I have an agreement signed with, actually, she was my LVN student about 10 or 12 years ago, who's now an RN, and she operates Careville, which is actually a medical need foster care home. And she actually has 2 of them, and they have children on vents and different things. These are foster children in the state. And she has LVNs there also with RNs always in charge, and she also hires LVNs. And so we do have that agreement for the pediatrics as well. And I'll be looking into pediatric offices close by here.
Okay. And going back to your exam practices, I noticed that in several of your courses, your module exams or your routine exams are very small percentages of your grade. but the final exam is a very high percentage of your grade. So that would almost be like a high stakes final. My concern with that is if you're only doing 5% on each little grant, on each little exam, they might not get it until that high stakes exam. But when you have a your final exam is 25 or more % of your grade, I noticed that you're giving them additional points for ATI testing, that you're adding points on dependent on their ATI grade. So that could actually falsely elevate, because you're even giving them points if they score lower on the exam, you're giving them points on the final, even if they make a lower score. So I was concerned about that might falsely elevate a little bit of their grade. Could you address that? Your thoughts on that?
Yes, ma'am. The ATI exams that are embedded in the coursework are designed to help the student also prepare for their exam. And there is I'm sorry, I don't have the page right in front of me. There is a rubric that discusses the chance that they can get and add a few points to their score if they do well on their ATI, which helps also promote their confidence and their knowledge. If we see any issue with a high stakes exam, thank you for bringing that up. I will certainly address that. Thank you.
Yeah, it is a big concern. Your chart is on page 241 of the document you submitted.
Okay.
And it is just concerning that even if they score low, you're going to give them extra point on 25% of their grade, which is pretty hefty to give them bonus points basically to
I
help
believe that the bonus points are, I think the highest one is 5 that they can get. It goes down the scale to 0,
Okay.
depending on where they fall in their ATI score. It was designed with hopes that the students would take advantage of their study opportunity with the ATI, which we feel like is really a strong guide towards our NCLEX testing.
Okay. And ATI does have a lot of success behind it. They've been very highly proven to be very helpful with our students.
Yes, ma'am.
I did notice on your student handbook, it talked about students are responsible for calculating their own average in score in classes. And that was on page 191 in your student handbook. I guess I've always foreseen that as a faculty responsibility. I'm concerned that students might not have that knowledge or ability. And then
Certainly, I understand what you're saying. I do like to explain to students with syllabus how they will be scored in the whole course. So they have the capability to keep track of their grades, but staff should always be available to help them understand that. And I've sat down with many students to show them that.
Okay. And as far as your facilities, your school facilities, I saw at one point I saw that you had 6 beds in your simulation lab. Do you have 8 beds now?
Yes, I have. There's 8. We had a couple that I needed some repairs done on, and they are working. They are all electric beds. Some of them are Hill-Rom, really nice hospital beds, and I'm very happy to have them.
Okay. Is that skills facility shared with your CNA students, and how will you schedule that so that each student has plenty of
Yes,
opportunity?
what I'm planning with CNA students is to coordinate on a master schedule for all to see, and I will watch over that carefully to make sure that we have the time we needed for the LVN students to be in there as well as the CNA.
Okay. I'm sorry, I just have so many questions. So I
Okay.
appreciate your patience and your honesty with us. On your clinical sites, when you did go back and you asked facilities, you stated that most administration would not accept the students unless they had available days. And that was one of the other reasons that some of the schools closed down was lack of available sites. So
Are
I
you
know
talking
you've been
about?
very proactive and you found some wonderful sites. A lot of them are long-term care
Mhm.
or elder care. Are you going to be able to get a cure sites for a basic med-surg patient that's not an elder?
In San Antonio, honestly, I've called every hospital and they do not allow VN clinical sites, which is very unfortunate. Um, I have been able to get an agreement with, it was Southwest General Hospital. It's now known as Texas Medical, I think. And she was very forthcoming and said she could not promise us acute care patients, but that is located on the south side of San Antonio. There's a lot of medical need, and she has programs developing that she will be able to plug in our LVN students. And so I am waiting approval and kind of concrete plan that we do have some really good long-term acute care settings here, several of them in San Antonio, so large. And so I'm hoping to get what we need with med-surg in a lot of those.
And a lot of those settings are probably more appropriate for the LVN student and where they're going to work. So I did notice that you have some fabulous sites worked out. I was just concerned
Yes.
about a basic med-surg tool. So
Yes,
um,
thank you.
I think I just have one or two more little thoughts or questions. And so several of your courses are combined with the classroom and the clinical are combined into one grade. And the clinical component is a very small component of their final grade. And a lot of that is based on the nursing process. So
Mhm.
I'm just wondering how their actual performance in clinical, how that will be reflected in that grade.
Clinical observations will be conducted on all students and will receive feedback from all sites they've been assigned to. Pass or fail, cannot tolerate any unsafe behaviors or insubordination in the healthcare team. And that is, am I answering your question?
So I just didn't see a reflection on their grading. So if they do poorly in actual clinical performance, will that fail them in the whole entire course? Or how will that performance
Mhm.
impact their ability to pass the class?
LVN students do have to pass their clinical assignments as well as the coursework. Yes, ma'am.
Because what I'm looking at, the clinical assignment is a very small portion of their grade. So I see the paperwork assignment is counted in the grade, but I'm not seeing their actual performance of actually taking care of patients. I'm only seeing the paperwork reflected in their grade.
Okay. Um, I'm so sorry. I'll have to sit down and look at that and review that as well. But thank you for bringing that up. We do want students to prepare to take care of each patient in a clinical setting and during observation, note that they are prepared through paperwork and being able to discuss their patients' priorities.
Thank you so much for your patience and for answering all my questions. I think that that's all I had. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there other board members that have some questions? And thank you, Ms. Rhodes, for that. And Ms. McNaughton for the responses.
Madam President, I do have a question.
Yes.
Hello, Oxford team. Mine is a little more global of a question. In the introduction, you all addressed some of the past failures of facilities based on the lack of faculty and the lack of available sites. But could you sort of summarize for me what you have changed in your business model for the San Antonio site that reflects upon the lack of faculty, the lack of available sites? I think Ms. McNaughton did a good job of addressing the lack of available sites, but what has changed? Mr. Ojiki sort of mentioned that he was naive, or he wasn't naive about students progressing or progressing too large of a cohort. But what are you changing in your business model to facilitate the success of the San Antonio site? And also part two of that question is, could you tell us what other states that you have not had successes in?
Okay. Yes, you know, the world is, you know, rapidly changing with the pandemic, unforeseen circumstances that people never imagined. And it was like a year was deleted from the world calendar. So it will not be, like I said earlier, we're not naive of the challenges that we face moving forward. And for example, there is limitation of clinical sites and they're increasing on their requirements. Some sites might even demand for COVID vaccine before you can attend. So we expect those challenges, but we're also nimble, flexible. You have to learn from your past mistakes, and also, you know, fuse it with reality, the way things are now. So we have to ask harder. We have to look for staff harder. We have to, before we could have team as a member of the team, we have to look for her. We have to go through we have learned our lesson. So to recruit the qualified staff, you have to do the due diligence. You have to really apply there and look for them. So no part of it is easier now than it was before because of what has happened. So, and to be prepared against the future. I don't think it's unreasonable to think there could be another pandemic in the future. So we have to be prepared, have a reserve, hire the most qualified people. That's what I have learned. Not compromise on your admission criteria. I have learned that once students come in, like the students I have in Florida, where is a colossal failure for the ADM program, I could not change what they are using. Each time I want to make any changes, the Board of Nursing will say, oh, you can't do that, down teach out. You just have to go with what you have. For instance, they are using HACI, massive cheating, low morale of faculty. And I hired master's prepared faculty because we are looking at the bachelor's level. But what I've learned is that, you know, ill-prepared students will continue being ill-prepared. That's why I do not want us to compromise with the admission process and make sure we are selecting the most. And that's why we have to do massive advertising. That's what I have learned. That is no more expecting people to be rushing through your doors. If you want quality students, quality staff, you have to go out there and put your foot right. You have to offer incentives to your workers, you know, because that's what I have learned right now. So it's no more fast turnaround. And where I have big failure, I used to pride myself as a great preparer for NCLEX. I had colossal failure in Florida. I could not motivate the students, and it was very difficult. Once they were on that teach out, they actually have the upper hand. I could not get them to do anything. In fact, I was told that NCLEX review is not part of their curriculum, so I could not introduce it. I couldn't force the student to do that. And each time I tried to do that, they would just call the CIE, the Commission for Independent Education. So these are the things I have learned, that from the beginning, you have to get the process right, from the admission to the faculty, and they have to be motivated. And you allow the experts to do their thing. So we have great confidence in our Director of Nursing, that she will be the one leading us while we back her 100% to achieve the great success that we need. Thank you.
So, Mr. Ojiki, I guess when you address the admission standards, that was one of Tamara's concerns, was the selection criteria and sort of vetting those students that might not be successful in your program. and providing them such a broad swath of 3 ATI attempts. I mean, I don't see the parallel with what you're saying and then what was presented in the report.
Okay. Part of, thank you very much. That's a good question. That's a good observation. Although ATI do have two versions for a repeat candidate to make sure that the scores are valid to some extent. It's not 100% foolproof. I understand your concern. And so we are going to try to choose the best of the best. And one of the ways we can do that is to aggressively market so that we'll have a wide array of resources to do that. That's part of what we have learned. And we are optimistic that we'll be able to find quality students if we have a large pool of diverse community. Thank you.
Dr. Edwards, did you have anything else?
Yes, could you address programs that have been successful that are LVN programs in other states? Could you name them?
Oh, myself, no. I teach in colleges for their pathophysiology, community colleges. For my NCLEX review, I have Living Spring Institute, which I have grades and hundreds and few thousands of students that attest to our excellence. Our pass rate is excellent, but that is private, and but I've not run an vocational school.
So
I've
this
not had
would,
any affiliation.
okay, so this would be the first LVN program in the US that Oxford has been responsible for?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And so this is Kathy Ship. So my understanding is, but you had the BSN that you've struggled with and you bought it at the end. And I'm an educator as well, and I totally understand the fact of wanting students to test early and because they're more prepared and getting them to review and remediate. However, they're adults and that's difficult. So as a board, I want to say a few things. We take a program that you give us your information and we take it very seriously. And we appreciate these reams of paper that it would have been for your application. So when historically, if a school has struggled, then we will add sometimes some extra requirements. It doesn't mean we don't approve you, but it's like making sure, like we wouldn't want you to not do the 30 per year for 2 years and then only increase 5 for that third year. And, you know, just watching, because we don't want you to fail. We want you to do well. We understand you don't have a history of VN. We understand your NCLEX has been very good. And that's a accomplishment to help people pass their NCLEX because that's our goal. And passing NCLEX means they're competent.
Thank you, ma'am.
So we, but in doing that, we just like for our consultants to stay a little attached to you. And you know, just following up because we don't want to be now 3 years down the road and we're having to give you warnings and conditional and things like that. We want you to succeed in that. So I had some things that I wanted to put in a motion if you know, with approving your program, and unless there's anything else that any members have questions about. I know Carol has LVN education, Ken has LVN education, even some of the others have. So I've taught in LVN and like Tamara has as well. And then we have LVNs on the board. So does anyone else have any questions or anything they want to address?
Yes, Madam President, I just have one question or one
Okay.
clarification I would like as far as the proposal goes. Ms. McNaughton, um, you said that the grade cutoff for passing and failing is going to be a 78.
Yes, sir. That's
Okay,
correct.
because I'm reading in the student handbook on page 244, 5.10, that the satisfactory standing is a 75%, but it is a 78%.
Yes, it's 78. Yes, sir.
Okay,
I'm sorry. Mhm.
that's all I had.
I had one little thing, and I don't read our education consultants really, like she said, she reads every page. I don't read every page, but I look over your application. But one thing that stood out to me, I thought, was you had 4 computers, and I thought 30 students, 4 computers. I wasn't. Is that correct?
No, ma'am, we have over 80 computers right here.
Oh. Well, I'm not sure what I saw then. Okay, it was late when I was reading it, so maybe that's my mistake. Okay, any other things, members, before I read what I have here?
Madam President, may I just summarize all of the concerns for the board members, because there's been quite a few.
Okay.
So there seems to be quite a few, whether it's typographical or detail errors within the student handbook, which is key component, and it's Oxford's contract for the students to abide by. So there were errors on the number of accommodated students, the grade range for a C, which needs to be parallel. So if it is 78, then that handbook needs to be changed accordingly. And then the second exam triggering advising was a concern. The limited tutoring, the clinical sites was very well addressed by Ms. McNaughton, in that she has, it sounded like the pending foster home, but then she's got the pediatric offices that are pending. Is that correct?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
you're
I do have
pursuing?
I do have a signed contract with the medical chronically ill foster home already, and I will be searching pediatric offices.
Okay, and then, great, thank you. So you're pursuing the pediatric offices. And
Yes.
then the high stakes exam as a final was a concern, as well as the calculation of the clinical component and the performance reflected in one grade. So also Ms. McNaughton did address the shared facility with the CNA and developing that master's schedule.
Yes.
And then I think that sums it up. And Mr. Ajiki addressed the fact that he, of course, was looking for staff harder, but that he had hired master's prepared faculty. So that addresses one of the past issues of not of lack of faculty, but lack of qualified faculty. So he addressed that. So I hope that summarized our concerns, but ones that you had addressed, but ones that are still sort of pending.
Dr. Edwards, did you include the admission concerns regarding the multiple attempts?
The 3 ATI, yes. Yes, and that and having a low bar of 60 may want to be reconsidered by Oxford. The 3 ATI attempts alone, but then having the low bar as an average of 60, maybe that's something that the Oxford team should reconsider.
One more concern, if I may. Ms. McNaughton, you do have a lot of experience as a nurse. One note that I do have is that it's been at least 7 years since you've actually been involved in higher education. I do recognize that you're getting your master's currently, so you should be up to date on that. How do you think you'll be able to fill the gap and work with, there's been a ton of changes in education and working with the current student population, and how would you
Yes.
address that gap in your experience?
I First of all, I want to say I also have 6 children and have designed my nursing career around educating college children the last 12 years. But I taught at the high school, did get my health science teaching certificate. I did teach in a classroom. It was about 4 years ago. And I will say that my master's program has had very progressive and new education. I have learned a lot about how we need to prepare our English second language students as we design a more diverse nursing population. And I try to stay up to date. I will be attending the TAVNI in October, and my owners are sending me also to the ATI conference in San Antonio this fall. So I've done a lot of research, and I'm not afraid to jump in there and make sure, learn if I have mistakes to correct them.
Thank you so much for all your efforts and your hard work.
Welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much. I know it's grueling to be here in front of us. We respect you, respect your history, and but we have public protection as our priority, and the students are public, becoming nurses, and I think you can appreciate that. I think that's what you want. And you know, we do have this, our consultants do an amazing job getting you ready to be here with your application process. So we appreciate them and appreciate the work that you've done. Excuse me. So based on the board's discussion today, the current proposed order in board materials does not reflect the additional requirements that I want to discuss here. And these discussions include approval with the following requirements. The program should not admit more than one cohort of 30 students annually to begin September 21 for the first 2 years of operation. Beginning year 3, the program shall admit one cohort of 35 students each year through year 5. And that was in our initial recommendation. We're adding board staff may within the first or second semester conduct a survey visit, either virtual or face-to-face when students are enrolled and classes are in session. So that's just a checkup to kind of see, you know, what is going on. And when students are present, the program shall provide the following data to board staff not later than 2 weeks after each semester ends. So we'll get a first semester and we'll see how that goes. Names of students enrolled in each class with each course grade, names of students who withdraw or fail, description of remediation provided to students, which is one of the draft test, completion rates for each course, number passing, number enrolled, and data from student satisfaction surveys at the end of each course. So I think these will help with your progression, with your success, as your president has both presidents have said, wanting to have a good start, and should protect the students as well. So Dr. Edwards, can I get a motion that reflects approval based on these discussions that I have outlined?
Yes, Madam President. I would like to move to grant initial approval to Oxford Academy to establish a new VN vocational nursing education program in San Antonio, Texas, and impose the conditions and requirements as discussed by the board. Do I need to restate those 3 criteria that we've added to their conditions of approval? I'm happy to for the board if the board wants me to restate them in the motion.
Dusty, do we
I think
need
that if the, I think your motion recognizes that it was invited to approve based on those outlined by the president. I think that's what if a board member wishes to second that motion, that's the order that, and the board approves it those will be contained in the order of approval, just as stated and discussed.
Madam President, this is Rick Williams. I second.
I'm sorry, was that Rick? Okay, so we had a second by Mr. Williams. So having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote.
Madam President, I'm waiting on the vote of Tamara Rhodes.
I have lost authentication on my computer. I'm going to vote nay.
You're voting against?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Madam President, there are 8 votes for and 1 vote against.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, members. So the motion passes. So congratulations to you at Oxford. And we wish you well. And our consultants will be getting with you, and you will have the information that lets you know what's required due to those extra stipulations that we put on there. So thank you for your time today, and we wish you well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, members of the board.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we are, it's like 7, I think. It's 11:09, and we had our next group in front of us, 3.1.2A, was at 10:15. I feel like we need a little bit of a break. So if K-Star can just hold on for us just a little bit longer, and we'll come back. So do you think 10 minutes is enough? Are we good? Right, everybody's saying, okay. So right now it is, we'll come back at 11:20.
don't think Dusty's back yet.
Oh,
Oh.
okay. Just one second. Let me get.
And I see Ms. Wagner is on.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm sorry about our delay.
No problem.
Okay, next on the agenda are items 3.1.2. Oh, Dan, are we started on YouTube?
We are going.
Okay, next on the agenda is item 3.1.2 and 3.1.2A, report on implementation of the Knowledge Skills Training Assessment and Research K-STAR nursing program. So it's Dr. Benton, will you be doing that?
Yes, Madam President. Good morning, board members. This first agenda item is not an action item. It is simply an update on the K-STAR program that we provide every quarter at our board meetings. And for the sake of the newer board members, I'll go into a little more depth of an overview of the K-STAR program. It has been a program that's been in operation for about 7 years now. It is operated through the Texas A&M Rural and Community Health Institute. And I'd like to welcome our guest, Tammy Wagner, who is the Chief Nursing Officer for the Community Health Institute at A&M. So in October of 2013, the board approved a 2-year pilot program for K-STAR. And what it is it's an individualized remediation program for nurses who commit certain lower risk practice violations that result in a board order of a warning, sanction level, or below. And what's unique about K-STAR is that it includes an individualized assessment using online computerized assessments as well as in-person simulated patient scenario assessments. And from those assessments, an individualized remediation plan is designed with input from College of Nursing faculty at Texas A&M. And so each nurse may have a different remediation plan to complete. Once they complete that remediation, they then have another evaluation to measure the improvement in their practice. Once they pass that evaluation and meet the benchmarks, then they have successfully completed the K-STAR program and met the terms of their board order for K-STAR. Following a pilot and some formal research of the outcomes of the K-STAR program, this was presented to the board at its July 2017 board meeting. And at that meeting, the board voted to approve K-STAR as a permanent option for these types of practice violations, meaning that the nurse who was offered a K-STAR program could either select a traditional order, which is not the K-STAR program, that would involve at least indirect clinical supervision, employer reporting, and a series of remedial education courses that are a best fit for their practice area, or they could choose K-STAR. So as we sit here today, it is still an option for the nurse to choose. Now, during that meeting in July 2017, It was agreed by representatives of the Rural and Community Health Institute, who operates K-Star Nursing, that any changes to the program's registration fee would be brought before the board for their consideration and approval. And that will become more relevant when we move on to the next agenda item. To give you a current perspective of how the program is going, they have, of course, like all of us, had to be extremely flexible during the pandemic. They have adjusted their online testing to be proctored virtually, which has been working very well. For a short time, they even had to conduct the simulated assessments virtually, but they are now back in the simulation lab in College Station. We continue to meet with the K-Star team virtually at least twice a month to receive status updates, to discuss any issues that come up. And the team has been very open and receptive to any suggestions board staff has had. To date, 215 nurses have successfully completed the program, and you have the other statistics there in your report. I won't read all of those to you. And in the past quarter, I presented an overview of the K-Star program at the NCSBN Discipline Case Management Conference. And when you receive your bulletin, you'll also see an article that provides a summary of the program. So I'm happy to answer any questions, or if you want to hold them to the next item, that's fine too. Again, this item is not an action item, just an update.
Any questions, board members, or comments? Okay, thank you for that information and that update. 3.1.2 A.
Thank
is
you, Madam. Oh,
okay,
sorry.
I was just going to read what it is. Consideration of requests for fee increase for the knowledge, skills, training, assessment, and research K-Star Nursing program. Dr. Benton?
Thank you, Madam President. So this is an action item, and the summary of this item is for the board to consider approval of a $200 fee increase for the K-Star Nursing program to be effective September 1st of this year, as proposed by the Texas A&M Rural and Community Health Institute. And so in line with the action at the July 2017 board meeting, this is the first time that K-Star has requested a fee increase since that time. And so that's why we're here today. On July 13th of this year, Ms. Wagner, the Chief Nursing Officer for the Rural and Community Health Institute, requested to meet with board staff. And she shared that during their budget planning for the next fiscal year, that there were some new processes implemented whereby each program run in the Institute is now required to operate independently from a budgeting perspective. In other words, they're no longer able to share funds between programs to meet their operating expenses. And so after consideration of that, Ms. Wagner shared that they believe that they would need to increase that fee by $200, making it a total of $29.50 for the tuition for the program. And in your report, you have a more detailed explanation provided by Ms. Wagner. And she is also here today to answer questions. In board staff consideration of this request, we see pros and cons. Pros being that approving the fee increase will help to sustain the program's operation costs, and that this has been an effective remediation program for nurses. This is the first request that they've made since 2017. And additionally, the virtual model that is being used now lessens the cost associated with some of the travel required to the physical site, the hotel stay, and meals required. It doesn't completely eliminate travel, but it does eliminate the length of time that they would have to stay overnight. Of course, the con being that a fee increase possibly could deter a nurse from choosing K-STAR as an option for remediation. I'd invite any other board staff to offer any comments, and if not, glad to answer any questions. And again, Ms. Wagner is here representing the Rural and Community Health Institute.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Wagner, and thank you for this cooperation that you have with us in helping our nurses. I had a couple of questions. I know that when I was in on the beginning, so I remember from 2013 on, and I know in the beginning, when we set that 2,750, we looked at the cost of simulation that you were purchasing from the TAMU School of Nursing for their simulation lab and for ATI, and maybe even, is it Prophecy?
Correct.
Is that
Yes.
as well? And I know that you're not doing ATI, so that expense is not there any longer. And it was my understanding that nurses don't always go for simulation 2 times. They may go 1 time, and that would be a cost that was not there. And my only concern, I understand the price of doing business. I just want to make sure that those things are shown on the record that were expenses, and that 2,750 are not there, and maybe individually for each of the participants, and that we are really being mindful of that. And I thought I remembered we had just a little bit of a cushion when we did the 2,750, because I know that, I mean, when a nurse has problems with their license, sometimes working is difficult for them. I applaud you for the remote that you've been able to do. I think that is really good for them, that they're being able to test remote. And I know that they had to travel more and come. So I think the pandemic has pushed us all in that direction and made us realize everything doesn't have to be face to face. And I'm very glad that you're working with TAMU and their School of Nursing, and those faculty are still participating in the assessment and all. So I just was a little concerned about an increase, and I just wanted to make those statements. And if you have anything to say about what I've said, I'm glad to hear that. And thank you again for being here today.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Dr. Benton, for that report. I would like to just make one clarification to the record. We do continue the ATI education plan. So we are paying for the education plan for each nurse, as well as the Prophecy Reliance computerized testing. So we haven't decreased any of those costs for the program. So I just wanted to correct that there. Now, we did go ahead and build the virtual model, which has helped us tremendously, as you just said, Madam President, with the cost of the nurses to come to College Station and spend 2 full days, possibly 2 to 3 overnight stays. We have reduced it so that when they are here, it's basically right now a half day, which allows those that are not too far away to travel and return that same day. So we're really pleased with that. We have done our best to streamline the program as much as possible and build in some efficiencies. So we did look at our internal staff as well as our College of Nursing faculty as far as FTEs, staffing, and the amount of time required by each staff member. We were able to offset that a little bit in crossover programs as far as use of staff. And so this has been a last resort to balance our budget. A&M is now requiring, as Dr. Benton described, every single program that we have here at the Institute to be a standalone program and have a balanced budget. We, of course, do not have to make any profit, but we do have to cover our expenses. Prior to this fiscal year, we were not under that type of budgeting system. We were able to work through our programs, cover expenses, and share expenses. However, now A&M has incorporated all institutes and organizations under the Health Science Center umbrella with the same budgeting process. And I just wanted to bring this out too. I believe it is in the report. We are not state funded, and we do not receive any funds from the College of Nursing. So everything that we do is paid through Archie funds. So thank you for that opportunity to explain it.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you for that clarification. I just thought that you were not using those ATI documents. I mean, just talking about cost.
Yes.
So, okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or statements? Or Ms. Thomas, did you have anything you wanted to say? Or Mr. Diggs, since you have been on these, or Dusty, everyone was there from the beginning on this.
Madam President, this is Catherine Thomas. I just want to add that staff meet every 2 weeks with staff from Archie to talk about the status of all the individuals involved in the program. They've made a number of changes at the request of staff to their reports and talked about any changes they wanted to make to processes, which have not been substantial enough to rise to your level, but um, there is frequent communication and feedback between the staff of the Board of Nursing and the staff of Archie.
Anyone else? Tony or Dusty?
Yes, ma'am. Again, the program has proven to be successful. We work in great collaboration with the members of Archie, and this increase, again, with the changes that they've made in regards to COVID, um, some of the participants may be saving a little money if they with the increase. So, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, board members? Okay,
This is Kathy Lederhorn, and I'll make a motion.
great, thank you.
Sure. I move to amend the board's 2017 approval of the Knowledge, Skills, Training, Assessment, and Research Nursing Program to authorize a maximum fee of $2,950 collectible from a program participant effective September 1st, 2021.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
This is Laura. I second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. If you will all now vote.
Madam President, the
Yes.
vote is unanimous. All 9 votes are for.
Okay, the motion passes. So thank you very much, Ms. Wagner, for being here, and thank you for the collaboration and for helping our nurses be successful.
Thank you,
And
Madam President, and thank you, Board, for the pass rate. And on behalf of Archie and the College of Nursing, we appreciate your support and your collegial actions with us as well. Thank you very much.
thank you. We look forward to continue our relationship.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Board, for that. And at this time, I wondered if we could go back to 1.4, report on final Board of Nursing budget for fiscal year 2022-2023 biennium. Mr. Mayak?
Good morning, Madam President, board members. This is Mark Mayak. I'm the Director of Operations. The report you see today that we're looking at is twofold. One, it is a fiscal roadmap of what we asked for, what we got, and some comments that might be helpful as we look at this in the future. The second part, you might want to look at this as a mini board development, because this is a precursor to what we'll start next April again for fiscal years 2024 and 25. I know we'd like to get rid of, I shouldn't say rid of, we'd like to finish this year. I said that out loud, but the bottom line is we're preparing September 1st for the next 2 years, and we'll have to begin preparing immediately again for 24 and 25. So what you see before you is, especially for the new members, we come to the board and ask for baseline budgeting usually, and then any exceptional items. So a year ago, we asked the board for exceptional items, and we made recommendations, and there were 5 exceptional items we requested. Most of it preparing for our move to the new building, the reduction, and of course, the executive director's salary. So on page 1, when we start looking at all the 5 items we asked for, I wanted to give you an update of what we received and what we did not. One was the moving cost. We actually received a little bit more money than we had asked for, because this is a moving target. Even as we speak, moving to the building, what's going to be required from us and what we have to pay for and what TFC will be paying for is always a moving target. But this is the baseline funding we will receive, as we know what will it take to move next summer to the Bush building. All outlines all the information that we will be getting. And so we'll be reviewing that as we start next year, because we'll be able to spend it. This is a one-time cost. So we're not going to be getting this in the future. So it was a one-time cost we'll get to move to the Bush building. The second one was information technology. This, in the move to the Bush building, TFC made it very clear that, and Kathy's mentioned this several times, is they asked us not to bring any paper. Now, as you know, that's going to be very difficult for most of us, but we are working on that now with our new records retention policy. We have staff working on that. We'll be working on it next year, but we're doing everything we can to move everything into the cloud. I know we've heard this before, but now we can purchase and support fiscally our move to the cloud, which means Laserfish systems, all our electronic systems that we're looking at, the scanners, live streaming our meetings, and also we'll be moving soon to Office 365, which will be moving our email to the cloud. So all that's beginning now, and it will be implemented next year, but this is ongoing cost to support our move to the cloud. And we received all that we asked for, so that was good from that perspective. And most of you knew that this last biennium, we were asked to reduce our budget by 5%. And when the legislature asked us to do that, it was removed from our baseline budget. So we had to request it. If you want it back, you have to request it, which is what we did. And during that period of time, after negotiations, we were able to receive part of it back, not all of it. And I want to be clear about that and the implications, which I think are very important. Is that of the $781,763 that we asked for, we received $444,000 back. So we will have to look at how that will play out. The majority of that money was a delay in hiring staff. That's not a good way of doing business. And so we're looking at internally how we continue hiring staff and retaining staff. But if in this particular area, we have to look at where this other $300,000 is coming from and will go, because it's missing. But we will make amends. We'll move forward on that. But I wanted to be clear that we didn't get it all back. And so we're looking at internal processes and how we would absorb the cut in those funds. We did ask for a retirement contingency rider. And the reason why we asked for that was we have some senior staff that could retire. And when they do, we have to pay all their annual leave out, and those are significant sums. Other agencies have done this in the past. We were not successful in getting that rider, which means that if staff, when they retire, we would have to pay out those funds from current funding that we have now. The fifth one was the executive director salary, which the board itself asked for this to have the executive salary increased, And we have always used the executive compensation salary from the Office of State Auditor's Office, and we were successful in continuing that and keeping that ceiling high. So we were able to move that ceiling up. So that's what you see in that in number 5. Overall, you can see all the money that we did get. And usually when the legislature meets, they either put a contingency revenue rider, because keep in mind, we are required by law to finance or bring enough revenue in to cover all our costs, not only what you see here, but also our overhead costs, salaries for retirement, healthcare, et cetera. So it's beyond what you see here. So we have to cover all our costs as we go along. We were extremely fortunate that the legislature did not put in a contingency revenue rider, which means all we have to do is balance our budget to what we are spending, what they gave us, overhead, and putting that together. Even if it was just this year, we would have been able to cover any increased costs. But since we did not really get any excess funds from the past, we will be able to absorb everything that we have, and then we will be considering reducing a fee in the future, because we have enough growth, especially in our RN population and our APRN population, which is increasing, which increases the number of renewals and the fees that we get in our revenue. So we're in good shape. We will not have to ask for a fee increase. In fact, we will be doing the opposite this coming October. The bottom line on number 2 is you can see the money that we got in each fiscal year. The reason why it's different from one fiscal year to the other is because there's a one-time cost that we get next year for the move. I'd like to segue into page 3. Page 3 and 4 is exactly what the legislature has granted us. So this is the law. This is what we have to follow in order to continue operating as a state board of nursing. So I just wanted you to be able to see how when we present our expenditure statements and our revenue statements on a quarterly basis, this is where it's coming from, because this is where it gives us our parameters on what we can spend. And inclusive, if you look on page 4, I think what's really important is that we have changed some of our performance measure targets. Those are set by the legislature, and you will see that there have been some changes made. We have added APRN separately in all the areas that we have not done in the past. Now, we have reported that in the past, but now, starting in September 1st, it will be a requirement to report all this information to the Legislature Budget Board and to the legislature. Also, it revised the numbers for TPAPN. So you can see that we used to have LVN and RN. Now we have LVN, RN, and APRN. We've worked with the TPAPN program, and we think these numbers are much more reasonable and attainable. So those also made a change. On page 5 at the top, I'd like to also call your attention to what we look as capital budget. Normally we do replacing computers, but since COVID, we've been doing a lot more buying of laptops. We are looking at our plan now strategically with Kathy and the directors on how we are transitioning to work from home and partnering with what we do in a hybrid model of work model. So we're working on using these resources and being prepared for the future as we look to our new hybrid model of working. Other things that you look at is they continued the funding for the Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Data, so the Nursing Workforce Data Center, and the grants for the workplace violence. Those will continue in the next year. I do want to call your attention to the bottom to the general notes. I just added this piece because I think it's important to understand, and it is our messaging to the public and to the legislature. If you look in our budget, all the pass-throughs, when I say pass-throughs, that means we fund other agencies. We have to collect a fee and collect the revenue and pass them through to other agencies. For example, the peer assistance program. Texas.gov is the electronic, how we pay online. Health Professions Council, prescription monitoring program, the Workforce Data Center, violence grants, and our NJEs and a third party. But if you look at that, 22% of our budget is a pass-through. So when you see we get $13 million, we don't get it internally in the agency. We have to pass that money through, and we get nothing to operate on that. We have to pass it through. So I think there's a better picture if you look at removing that from what we have of what really funds internally what we use for staffing salary and other objects that we use. And if you look at that, 73% of that is payroll. So we don't have a lot of wiggle room to make decisions. That's why when I said when we reduced the 5%, we didn't get it all back. We really have to go back and look at internally our processes and how we're making sure that we're efficient in what we do. So this is a report to show you what happened, what we asked for, what the board requested us to ask for, what we got, and some general notes. Just again, a point of clarification, we will start this process again next April. So we'll be looking at 24 and 25. So I want to let you know what we'll be doing. So that's the end of my presentation, Madam President.
Thank you, Mark. It is so clear. And I'm not a really good numbers, that's why I'm a nurse person with all those budgets. And this is so clear and easy to understand. And I appreciate that and explaining it to us because we have to do this every 2 years. And like you said, then you start over in April for that. Um, I think it's exciting that we have this move coming up, and I'm excited that that move is going to allow us to have um, as many in the state that want to attend our meetings. We haven't had that capability in the building before, and plus everything going to the cloud. I'm a little older, so paper still kind of matters to me. I would have trouble moving my office if they told me I had to go paperless right now. So I feel for some of the staff that are doing that. I see some of you smiling. Um, so any statements, board members? This is a information only, not a voting item. Okay, I guess it's all clear. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. A great report. Okay, now we will consider agenda item 3.1.3, report on nurse delegation in the public school setting. I think Linda Laws is doing this. Yes, I see that she's on. I don't see her face, but I see her name. Linda?
Do you see me now?
No.
Okay, let me hit one more button.
Hear you.
There we go.
Hi.
Okay.
Yes. Great.
Okay, good morning, Madam President, board members. This report is for informational purposes only. You may recall that during the October 2017 open forum meeting that Ms. Lori Coombs, the president of the National Association of School Nurses, presented a request on behalf of the Texas School Nursing Leadership to offer additional guidance and to some clarification on our delegation rules, chapters 224 and 225. And as a result, you also may remember that board staff met with various stakeholders and developed algorithms for determining the RN's role in delegating tasks to unlicensed person and supervising tasks delegated or assigned by others. And these have proven over the years since that time to be very useful to our school nurses. And earlier this year, Ms. Coombe approached board staff again and asked if we would like to develop an abstract and presentation for the National Association of School Nurses annual conference, which we did. Dr. Benton and I on June 21st, along with Ms. Coombs and Anita Wheeler from the Department of State Health Services and Ms. Frances Luna did this presentation. And although we have not received written feedback yet regarding our presentation, the online comments that we received during the presentation were all very, very positive. So it's just been a really great collaborative effort between state agencies as well as professional associations in this quality improvement initiative, if you will, that has really enhance the care of our students in Texas. And again, this is for informational purposes only, requires no board action, but I am happy to answer any questions.
That is so great. I remember when she was there, and I am just so glad to see this. And I also wondered, um, is this something you can publish and we could um, have um, presented to the Journal for National Council? Is
Um,
that,
yes, we are discussing that now. I think
yes.
Lori wants to put it in some school nursing journals.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, we are in that, we are having those discussions.
Well, I think that is just a great source because I think anytime Texas does something, a lot of people listen due to our research and the product we produce. And I think that would be wonderful for the national level, for National Council to provide that to other states. So I'm glad you're doing it. Thank you for this great product. Any
Madam
statements
President.
or questions? Yes.
Yes, Madam President. Kathy Lederhorn, and I just wanted to say I did have some colleagues of mine that were a part of that conference, and they did speak so highly of it. I just wanted to say, as a former school nurse, and I still miss it, but as a former school nurse, the work that you guys have done, it is amazing because you're in a whole foreign land. It's their land, and then we have to fit in there with the nursing rules and nursing practice because education is just so different. But I just wanted to say, I mean, the posters, the delegation rules, all of that, it's so easy to understand. And I've personally seen better outcomes because of that collaboration. So I just wanted to say thank you so much.
Thank you.
That is great. That is great. Well, all of every educational offering that you guys do is we all walk away with it improved, and you do our education consultants all do a great job. So thank you for this, Linda, and thank you for Dr. Hooper and Dr. Benton and all of your work. So thank you. So no motion. We'll go on. Um, and it is 12 o'clock. Do you want to take a break for lunch now? Do you want to push on a little bit? Do you want to take about 30 minutes? I need some yes, no. I'm looking at faces. So
I'm good until about 12:30 if you guys, but I don't I mean, it's not my decision, but it's up to y'all.
Madam President, the only thing I'd remind you of is we have on the schedule
at
for
1. Mm-hmm.
TPAPN at 1 o'clock. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and push to about 12:15, and then we'll do 12:45. We'll come back. How about that? Is that good? People, yes? Okay, thank you. Okay, next agenda item is 5.3.1A, report on National Council virtual annual meeting to be held August 18th to 19th, 2021. And Ms. Thomas is going to talk to us about that meeting.
Board members, you have a report under 5.3.1A. We provide this every year about this time as we prepare for delegate assembly and annual meeting of the National Council. This meeting will be virtual this year. Attendance is at no cost. So any number of staff and board members may elect to join. You're provided with a business agenda on page 2 of this report. Just giving you an idea of some of the things that are going to appear on that agenda. And they're based on the summary of recommendations, which follows on page 3 of the report. So this will include adopting proposed revisions to the NCSB and Model Act and rules. This is always a interesting discussion by the members. They get interested in all the details. This recommendation initially came out of the Model Act and Rules Committee, which is an advisory committee to the board of directors, and Dusty Johnston served on this committee during this time. So it took a couple of years to work on those Model Act and rules, and they're coming forward as recommended and amended. So there were a few amendments made by the board. There's also a copy of the slate of candidates, which will be voted on at this meeting. That the number of officers rotates, so it isn't all the officers at the same time being replaced. And you'll see that those that are running are contained in materials along with their bio and their experience. And lastly, the membership will be asked to approve the next generation NCLEX test design. And I don't even know how to say that word, Jan. Polytomous scoring methods, obviously way above my level. At any rate, we have been informed of the building of the next generation NCLEX for some time. It's an extensive process, and this is essentially a part of that process. It's ready to move forward to the next step, and I believe we'll be ready for use in 2023. Dr. Hooper, do I have that right? Yeah. It's been a very exciting process. We have a very dynamic director, CEO of evaluation or testing, and he is Phil Dickinson, who's made videos. You can go out on the website and the member-only side and view the videos that he's done about the progress Next Generation NCLEX is making. Before I proceed any further, Dr. Hooper, I want to ask if you have any comments or you want to talk about this at all? The NGN part.
The NGN, I could talk too much. I guess the latest things are how they intend to score the responses, and they do intend on these questions about clinical judgment to give partial credit because they're going to be complicated, and they feel it's only fair to give credit for what candidates know, but you can't guess through it. It's due to start April 1st, 2023. There's a lot of research going on. They've been including research questions on every NCLEX test for RNs a long time, looking at the data, and it's been very positive. So I think it will go. I think our profession is ready for it.
Very exciting. And for those of you that don't know, Dr. Hooper served as a longtime chair of the committee, the NCLEX committee, and Dr. Kristen Benton has been selected to be on the committee in the coming fiscal year. So we're very happy about that. I think that might be everything, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I was just going to say, I think, is Dr. Hooper running for the Leadership Succession
She
Committee?
is.
Yes.
She sure is.
So she will be a good asset to that committee as well. And I will be a voting delegate, and the alternate will be Laura Disk. And then Kathy Thomas will be a voting delegate, and the alternate will be Dr. Benton. And also, I know that anyone can go to the regular part of the website, not even the member part, and obtain information about the next generation NCLEX. And Dr. Dickinson encourages everyone to go to that website, and I have my faculty doing that to get up to date. He's just put out what his discussion for us at mid-year is available, that people can go that are not members and look, and it's got question examples, and also there is a lot of information out there to help faculty to be able to be ready for this change. And I just want to say, sometimes, as board members, we're here and we do this and then we go back to our real world. It's really nice to step out and see the national council world about what is happening, you know, at 30,000 feet in the country. And Texas is always a leader. Mark is one of the board of directors right now. Kathy's been past president, and Kristen's been on several. Dr. Benton's been on several committees. Dusty has worked on committees, I think, Tony and besides Dr. Hooper. So we have a very active group nationwide. I chair the president's group and have done that for several years. And we have our 2 meetings mid-year and usually annual. And then we have conference calls every couple of years. I am in Dr. Zyke for APRN. She's in on those APRN network calls. I'm in on those calls. There's education calls as well, and many opportunities to grow and then just be in touch and make a difference for our state. So I'd love for any of you, this is so nice because it's several $1,000s if we start sending people physically to those meetings. And so if you want to do that and want to find out more, and then if you go to these and there's not a cost, it's open, you could go, and if you have any questions, I'm available. um, Kathy Thomas is available, Kristen, Dr. Who, several people, if you had questions, we're glad to help you and just to encourage you to be involved. It's an opportunity. So,
And board members, Allison Porter Edwards and Elise McDermott have participated on the NCLEX item review subcommittee, and that committee reviews items that are going to be used on the NCLEX or tested, and it is a very hardworking committee. If anyone's interested in doing this, you have to know, blood, sweat, and tears. It's reviewing many items during one meeting. So everybody's exhausted at the end. I know Kristen has participated on it in the past too. So
well,
anyway,
and Dr. Edwards was just reappointed.
right,
So
and
that's a great thing. And also, Dr. Edwards, do you want to tell about the program you're in that's through National Council?
The item review subcommittee?
The
No,
what?
the
The
Georgetown.
Georgetown.
Health, National Council of State Boards puts out a offer of scholarship for George Washington University's Health Policy and Media Relations program. It is a 1-year program. It's a graduate certificate program, but nurse practitioners take it for credit. It's part of their curriculum. George Washington University is a very rigorous university and very esteemed in health policy. In fact, I found out one of my dear friends got her MBA from there, like face to face. So we had great discussions about George Washington, but the faculty are extremely thorough and, oh my gosh, very prestigious faculty. They've published, they've been in policy, they've been highly involved at the DC level. So I'm wrapping it up this summer. I can't say that I'm sad to be wrapping it up. It's been amazing. I've learned a lot, but it is intense. And I'm so appreciative to National Council of State Boards for offering me the scholarship, because the other part of it being a rigorous university is it's an expensive university. So I'm super, I can't express enough gratitude for just having been given the opportunity. You have to apply for the scholarship, and then there's about a 6-month delay before your courses begin. But anyway, I'm at the I see the light at the end of the tunnel, and I've learned a lot, so it's been great. And thank you to National Council of State Boards and for Kathy Thomas for writing me a letter of recommendation, because it requires a letter of recommendation from either your director, which I also got one from my director of undergraduate studies, but Kathy Thomas also provided a LOR, which was helpful because she's so well respected from National Council as well. So thank you.
Great. So
Well,
exciting. So
everyone's talking about all this hard work with their committees and all, and with the NCSBN, but you guys aren't even considering the work that we put in for the awards committee, because it is just grueling to choose people. No, I'm just kidding.
so I don't guess I knew you were on the awards committee.
Yeah, I did 2 rotations way back when God was a boy. So yes.
Oh,
it
okay.
was-
I was like, is that now? I was like, how did I miss that? Okay, yes, I remember. Yes, and Kristen, Dr. Benton did that too.
See, right,
as
Chris?
well.
It was
It can
grueling,
be.
right?
It can
It's
be. It can be.
I think the
It's
hard part,
intense.
it's a blind
It
review, so they
is.
don't
Yes,
know who the actual people are, which is good, but it's also hard to make these decisions if you
it
have
is.
multiple applicants and yeah.
Well, and that annual conference in Rhode Island was just a beating. It was not fun at all. So,
So you know that if we go to in-person meetings again, which may happen in the coming year, um, it will have to be reduced. The number of participants will have to be reduced because it's the cost of travel and all those expenses that are associated. So
Yes, so I
take
don't think we have.
advantage of it while you can.
Yes, yes, that's what I was wanting to say. Um, so are there any other questions regarding our discussion? If not, can I get a motion on agenda item 5.31.A?
Board members, I failed to point this out, but the motion that is requested is to allow the delegates to vote on the issues after hearing and considering the discussion. So there may be discussion that comes to the floor that we didn't anticipate, and the delegates generally have to evaluate that in the moment. So we ask the board to approve on the action agenda that discretion.
Madam President, this is Kathy Lederhorn, and I'll make a motion. I move to direct the delegates to vote on these issues after hearing and considering the discussion on the issues.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
This is Rick Williams. I'll second.
Well, I'll second.
Okay, I think I heard Rick first. Is that correct, Rick? Okay. All right, I have a motion and a second. If you will please vote. I'm not hearing you, Patricia.
Patricia, try unplugging your earphones and plugging them back in.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Ah, that KT, she's an IT person.
Uh-huh.
The vote is unanimous. All votes are for, Madam President.
Okay, so the motion passes. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and break now, and we'll come back at 10 till 1. And at that
Excellent.
time, and the next time we'll go to 5.3.3. Okay, Dan?
All right. Thank
I
you.
was just going to say I'll put up a message on the YouTube channel. We'll pause.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Thank you, members. See you in a few minutes. Now calling the meeting back to order, back in session. The time now is 12:54, and we will continue with our agenda. I want to make a note that agenda item 5.2, advisory committees, task forces, that there are no reports. And at this time, Ms. Thomas will move on to 5.3.3, Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies Advisory Committee.
I had it right here in front of me, and now I have no idea where I put it in my stacks of things. Here we go. Got it. All right. Board members, I'm giving this verbally. The Center for Nursing Workforce Studies met last week after the report was prepared. They met on the 14th of July, and they meet routinely whenever their reports are ready and have to be reviewed and approved by the advisory committee. So there were two reports reviewed this time. One was on school nurses in Texas, K through 12 public and charter schools 2020. This fits in nicely with Linda Law's presentation earlier about their school nurse focus in the recent presentation before NASN. What the report does is it provides data about school nurses taken from public health or public school sources and compared with licensure data. So when the advisory committee reviews these reports, they make specific edits and recommendations, and those have to later be incorporated before they can be finalized and published. So they're not out there on the website. You will not find them. The school nurse report talks about things like where are school nurses located, what are their demographics, what's their employment information, and what's their education. We have currently, according to this report, 6,242 school nurses in Texas during the 2019-2020 academic year. This again is in K through 12 public and charter schools. It doesn't sound like much considering the total number of nurses you have in, or students you have in the state, and it isn't. They also reported that the average number of nurse to student ratio is 1 to 1,250, which includes 2 campuses, or 1 to 3,601, which includes 4 or more campuses. You know that some of the rural districts have fewer students, but they're geographically really spread out, and so they will they'll have many schools to cover. And of course, you cannot be more than one place at a time, so often there's no school nurse in the facility. The second report we reviewed was the School of Nursing faculty trends data from 2009 to 2020. And during that time period, both the number of programs and the number of faculty increased significantly. So there was a 56.4% increase in the faculty. The trends showed that growth over time for the last 10 years to go from 2,442 to 3,784. And of course, nobody's more familiar with the growth in nursing education programs than the Board of Nursing, because you all review these regularly. So that growth doesn't necessarily equate exactly to the number of faculty. You'll see from 2019 to 2020, there was another program added, but one program added, but there was 1,000 more faculty added. So this doesn't happen just as a product of the development or opening of new programs. It happens with the growth in existing programs as well. So during that same time period, the growth went from 93 programs to 125 for the last 10-year There's been little change in things like sex. It's predominantly female. It's about the same as it has been for some time. Race did not match the distribution of students, but has improved. And faculty shortages continue, which is not a surprise. More programs open, but there's still a select number of faculty available to hire. At this point in time, staff will complete the corrections, additions, and edits, and they'll publish their report after an external review. And so that could take weeks from now. But when it's ready, you'll find it on the Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies. And probably the easiest way to find that in the DSH's website is to just Google Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies. It'll take you directly to that center and its series of reports on supply and demand and trends, as well as basic demographic information on nurses. And there's also a section on dashboards that does a infographic sort of look at these same kinds of factors in a more limited way, and shows how Texas has met the future of nursing 2010-2020 recommendations thus far. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, I just lost all my connection, so I'm not sure if you finished talking or what. I just got back on.
Yes, Kathy, I just summarized our review of the reports, the preliminary data, and reiterated that the staff still have to do their internal review as well as their external contracted review.
Okay, great. I don't know what happened, but I probably gone a minute. So this is a non-voting item and was just a review. Any questions? Okay, next for it's 1 o'clock. And we are set to do 7.1.1 Texas Peer Assistance Program for Nurses Quarterly Report for the second quarter. And the representative is Dawn Webb, the program administrator. And so are you admitting her, Patricia?
Yes, Dawn is in the meeting already.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah, I
Okay.
just came in.
Okay.
I snuck in
Great.
on you.
Okay. Yes, I'm watching all these faces, so I didn't
Yes.
see you. So thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to go over the quarterly report that we sent over, the data sections, and then all of our updates. Within the first page of the data, I was looking at our referrals pretty closely. They have gone down this quarter, and looking at them, just going to do some problem solving on this. It looks like it's mostly our third-party referrals, the ones that come directly to us and ones that are also coming through the Board of Nursing. I'm thinking that probably has mostly to do with outreach, because it's been quite some time since we've been able to do in-person outreach. We're doing a lot of online outreach. We have a lunch and learn, we have info sessions, but we're hoping, we got an approval to do some in-person outreach starting in August. In our first place, we're going to head over to San Angelo on August 3rd to the Shannon Medical System. But we're working on an outreach plan, and hopefully that will help with these numbers. Again, it's definitely something that's concerning for me. That I'm going to do my best to address. And again, I think it has to do with outreach. We continue to do pre-enrollment agreements with participants. That's still looking pretty strong. I had mentioned those pre-enrollment agreements, I believe the last time we spoke. And those are agreements that participants sign while they're in the process of doing their evaluation. and getting placed into a track and signing their actual participation agreement so that we can go ahead and start the monitoring process. We felt that this was good for public safety and that it was also really good for the participant to go ahead and start that accountability piece. And then for us to start gathering that data of the drug testing and the check-ins and the reports and everything so that they're ahead of it. So that's still going pretty strong. Participation agreements being signed, pretty typical numbers on that. Our active cases through the quarter, those are also down. And I would imagine that's just, I did know, I think that has something to do with also, I was looking at, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit to the third page, which RFP 507-16001 referred to BON, all closures except self-referrals closed with no action. I noticed that our closures went up. Our Board of Nursing closures went up significantly. So those are cases that weren't successful that got closed to the Board of Nursing. And I've been pretty involved in a lot of those cases, and those are for various reasons. But for the most part, these are cases that we discuss with Tony and we let him know what's going on with that nurse and whether we're going to continue to monitor, if we're going to monitor while the board investigates, or if we need to close that case completely and let the board take over. So I'm noticing that that number did go up, which would make our actual participant numbers go down if we're closing more people. And I can say, just off the top of my mind, that this past quarter, and Tony may agree, we've had a lot of just interesting things going on with cases where we've have found the need to close cases, more cases than usual. And that just has to do with the adherence to our program guidelines. And we don't have much wiggle room when it comes to our program guidelines. So with not having a lot of flexibility, when we assign those, when a participant has signed their participation agreement, they're aware of what the restrictions are, like workplace restrictions. Once those restrictions, they've signed that agreement, they're pretty standard. Things like, no more than a 12-hour shift, no more than 96 hours in a 2-week work schedule, no night shifts, no home health. So a lot of those restrictions that we put in place make it more challenging for a nurse to get the employment they want. I'm not saying that the jobs aren't there, because they are, but it may not be exactly what that nurse wants. So then that becomes a challenge if they're wanting a position that we can't approve. So when we get to that point, if we can't approve a position and that nurse still wants to work in that position and their employer is supportive of that, regardless of TPAP and restrictions, we really have no other choice but to close that case. There's just our backs against the wall. So we've had a little bit of that going on. And I think that this may have to do with nurses not wanting to work in certain environments right now, kind of changing, working at the bedside, and just wanting different positions. And we need to look at our requirements and work with Tony on what jobs we can and can't approve, just and making sure that the public is safe. Because I am noticing nurses wanting different jobs. And it's easier on nurses when they're in the program if they're working for a hospital organization where they have people in place that can provide that monitoring, because the workplace monitoring is by same licensure or higher. But if a nurse goes into like a nursing home or someplace like that, a lot of times maybe there's not an RN with an RN. So we can't approve that job because there has to be someone same licensure or higher. So when we see nurses leaving the hospital setting, we find that our restrictions are harder for them to meet. And again, this is just me problem solving and kind of just looking back on this quarter and going, okay, what's going on here? And these are just some of the things that I've noticed. I would imagine there's more to it, but things that we have a little bit of control over, we'll definitely address. So, all right. A positive, the drug testing, our positive drug test results continue to go down, which is really great. That's promising. And again, that's on the third page. Sorry, I hopped around a little bit. Again, that's the third page, drug test results by nurse type. It's down to 49 now. We did see an increase during the pandemic, and then we saw it go back down. So things are trending back downward, which is really good.
Okay.
Okay, it's okay. So that's all of our data portion. The next page is our progress status on major projects. We continue to have our advisory committee meetings every quarter. We did complete our advisory committee policy this last quarter and are putting that in place. Again, I had mentioned last time that our outreach coordinator started. Now our outreach coordinator has started daily tweeting, which has been pretty successful. We're pretty excited about that. A lot of people see our tweets, and we talk about needing peer support partners. We talk about referrals. We talk about referrals to TPAPN and board referrals. And that's a piece of our education that we do provide when we do outreach. We do talk about referrals to the Board of Nursing and to TPAPN, and like, who do you refer to based on whatever situation. So when we do that outreach, I do feel that that could possibly help with third-party referrals for both TPAPN and the Board of Nursing. We did have an audit in May. Everything went okay with that. And then again, we were approved to do in-person outreach and some in-person external trainings, which we'll be starting. So I'm going to skip past all of the short range objectives. That's been on here ever since I started my position 2 years ago. The number 2, the short range objectives, and they've all been met. So we're probably not going to continue to put those on the report after this quarter. On 5 activities, this is page 7, outreach. We continue to get requests for those self-care wallet cards that we created last year. Yeah, people still want those. They really like those. So we're just continuing to send those out. We've sent out several hundred of those. We're continuing to do our Lunch and Learn series. Again, the wallet cards. I actually did a Nurse Talks presentation in April on traumatic stress and the impact on nursing. And that was the highest attended Nurse Talks ever. Which is real interesting. It just tells us what our nurses are wanting to learn about. That's a hot topic, traumatic stress, and that impact. So we're going to continue to work on that. We're going to add these things to our wellness series. Stigma, resiliency. I did a presentation this morning on resiliency and really just trying to support nurses in that wellness, that journey to wellness. Also, we continue to try to recruit peer support partners. We did send a mass email out, and we partnered with TNA on that. And we did get some folks signing up from that email, which was really good and exciting. We did also a virtual booth at the Tonal Conference, which gave us some connections to some folks to do some outreach. And we did some poll questions also, which help us with kind of guides us on our outreach on what people are wanting from us. And then we also did a really cool drawing in May for Nurses Week, where we provided a gift box with kind of TPAPN swag. We had over 200 people enter that, which says that, you know, our social media, our emails, that people are getting them, and that TPAPN's name at minimum is getting out there. And then everything that we send has our name all over it. So we're just hoping that people will, you know, at hospitals, in nurses stations, that people see our name, they ask questions. There's the phone number, there's our website. And again, just getting our name out there so that people at least know who we are and will inquire further. So our ongoing outreach activities are the Lunch and Learn, our peer support partner workshops. The plan is to do 2 virtual and 2 in person. We have not scheduled in person yet. We're kind of watching how things are going right now with the pandemic and this variant. But we are doing quarterly meetings. And we did find with the virtual meetings, we're getting a pretty good turnout. So I think people are finding that virtual is easy. So we get decent turnout there. Monthly, we're doing peer support partner informational sessions. Those are for people who are interested in becoming a peer support partner. And then we now have a Beyond the Workshop educational group that we're offering our peer support partners every month. And this is to help support the peer support partners as they're kind of learning their role. And Corrine Hernandez, one of our licensed counselors, case manager, is the one doing that. And she's certified also in like motivational interviewing. So we're really supporting them and making sure that they use that motivational interviewing when working with our participants. We have had some change in our personnel. When we transitioned back to the office, we did have one case manager that had to resign at that point in time. So her position became available. And then we had another case manager who'd been here 6 years, who graduated in December with her psych nurse practitioner. And she left July 1st, something like that, which was sad and hard, but she's moving on. So her position is also vacant. And then we did have a new case manager start Monday. That's not on the report, but we did have someone start Monday who seems to be a pretty good fit at this point. So we're still recruiting, and we'll just have to see how that goes. It seems to be getting better. We were kind of had a little moment in time where we weren't getting a lot of applicants, but that's increasing now. So that's exciting. Any questions?
Any questions, board members? I just wanted to make a statement. Your reports are really good, and I've been on the board 10 years, and when I first came on, TPAPN concerned me, and all of us, but I was new, just learning more, and I just think that you're really making a difference, and you've got some good ideas, and love those cards that you talked about, and your outreach. We felt like the outreach needed to be there more, and I think that's more intensive. Does anybody else have anything to say, or Ms. Thomas?
There we go. Yeah, board members, you heard this maybe, and especially for our new members. Tony meets with the program staff, including Dawn, usually weekly on Fridays, and they talk about third-party referrals, or they talk about other issues, like she said, should we send this person back to the board and so on. So there's frequent communication, staff to staff. Um, Dawn's outreach activities are really positive. They have been sort of slowed a bit by the pandemic, as many things that we do have slowed as well. But also, Dawn has moved to more virtual presentations that she's highlighted in her speech. And I think she can maybe rely on some of those going forward to augment the in-person things that might really be helpful for the program. We did publish that article this month in our newsletter on TPAPN, and periodically do publish articles from the program. So just everything we can do to get the word out there to nurses and get them interested and referred over or self-reported over. So we know that during the pandemic, there was an increase in overdoses. It's very hard to pinpoint the exact cause. There is a lot of reporting about this nationally. It's thought to be somewhat related to the fentanyl mixed in with other drugs, primarily heroin. The dosing tends to be way too high, and of course results in death. So that's not uncommon. In the beginning, we wondered how much of it might be due to the pandemic. Is that causing additional stress? I don't know in the nursing profession specifically what we have, what's causing a lack of participation in the programs. Perhaps some of these nurses aren't working right now, or if they are, they're just not going back to work. Dawn, do you have any other thoughts about that you could share?
Yes, I saw some things this morning come through, and there's a high level of burnout in nursing right now. I don't, and I don't have the numbers, the statistics. These are things that I'm just seeing, kind of some trends of nurses leaving the profession, nurses leaving kind of the direct patient care role since the pandemic, and then now there's some heightened stress on nurses with this new variant. There's some talk now of like mass exodus. I don't know if that's, I don't want to be catastrophic, but you hear these things, and there's some videos out that some nurses have made. I'm just saying, I can't do this again. Just encouraging vaccination. It's a high level of burnout, and there's also this moral distress piece that nurses have really faced during the pandemic. When you're working with a highly infectious virus, and you're concerned about your loved ones, so here you're working, you're helping these folks. We had nurses staying in hotels to protect their families. We had nurses expose their families. And that's a kind of a moral distress. When you experience that in the workplace, it's just, well, demoralizing, really, because there's no control. I think there's a feeling of like powerlessness. I need to be here, I need to do my job. Quitting isn't an option for a lot of people, whether it be financial or, to me, quitting nursing would cause me moral distress, because it's like, this is where I'm supposed to be. It's what I'm supposed to be doing. It's who I am. People think in that way. So I think there's just been more than trauma. I think there's all kinds of different types of trauma, and nurses have experienced that, and they're trying to avoid it. And that may be them, again, changing jobs, leaving the workforce, or switching their position to something that's not direct patient care.
And the other thing that I just wanted to point out is that this report that the board members have referred to, 7.1.1, tracks our contract renewal section and all the requirements that are in there. And the program has been very helpful in providing the data that way to us, so we can make sure the compliance is met. We appreciate that a lot, and also appreciate Dawn's transparency in the program and her forthrightness with the board, with the public, with everyone. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And I appreciate y'all's support.
Okay, if there's not anything else, thank you, Dawn.
You're
We appreciate
welcome.
that. It's
Yes.
good
Yeah.
to see you.
Good to see you. Y'all have a great day.
Thank
you,
you.
Dawn.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
So next on the agenda is 7.3 Internal Audit Report of the Texas Peer Assistance Program Report, BON 021-001. And Mr. Rufus, is he? And I see Robert Gonzalez. His name is on, Patricia, is that correct? Oh, there's Mr. Rufus. I see you. Hi.
Yes, that's correct. They're both in the room.
Okay. Great. So if you want to get started, or is Mark going to say anything first, or?
Yes. Yes.
So I can.
Okay, Mark.
7.3 is the internal audit. That was, again, we had a 2-year plan, our internal audit plan, which the board approved. One was in first year was enforcement procedures, and this one was the TPAP audit. So this is the second one of our plan for the biennium. And so all the information was provided to Dr. Rufus and his staff, and they completed the process, and he will make the report on what he has found. Dr. Rufus.
Thank you. Okay, we don't hear you. Can you hear us? You can hear us? We can't hear you.
Can you hear
Mr.
me now?
Rufus? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Sorry.
Sorry about that. Well, good afternoon, Madam President and board members. My name is Monday Rufus. Robert Gonzalez, my longtime associate, is also present. We have conducted an internal audit of the Texas Pay Assistance Program at the Texas Board of Nursing as of June 4th, 2021. The results of our audit disclose that the board has adequate controls in place to ensure reliability and integrity of information, compliance with policies, procedures, laws, and regulations, safeguarding of assets, economical and efficient use of resources, and accomplishment of established objectives and goals for operation. The Texas Peer Assistance Program was approved by the Texas Board of Nursing under Chapter 467 Health and Safety Code to identify, monitor, and assist with locating appropriate treatment for those nurses whose practice is impaired or suspected of being impaired by chemical dependency, mental illness, or diminished mental capacity. The board contracted with the Texas Nurses Foundation, a nonprofit organization. I think there's a place in the report we said nursing is actually Nurses Foundation to operate and provide the services required for the program. So in fiscal year, for fiscal years 2020 and 2021, the General Appropriation Act authorized a budget of $1,005,458, respectively for 20 and 2021. And in fiscal year 20, the program had a total of 630 referrals and an average number of active cases of 629. So we do have Appendix 2 and Appendix 3 that accompany the report. A summary of our internal audit results. We gain an understanding of the board's process in place for monitoring of the Texas Pay Assistance Program for nurses to ensure that the established objectives and goals for operations were met. We selected a sample of cases and data and tested for accuracy, compliance with policies, procedures, laws, and regulations. Additionally, we reviewed the board's updated processes for monitoring the Texas Pay Assistance Program for nurses program activities. And we noted no exceptions. We had about 5 objectives that we wanted to meet. The objective number 1 is reliability and integrity of information. During our audit, we noted that there are input, processing, and output controls in place at the Texas Nurses Foundation to ensure reliability of data. We obtain an understanding of the processes for generating the reports submitted by the Texas Nurses Foundation to the board, selected a sample of data, and traced to supporting documentation. And we noted no exceptions. Objective number 2 is compliance with policies, procedures, laws, and regulations. We did note that there are processes to ensure that the board's legal team maintain documentation of review of contracts prior to execution. We reviewed the updated contract procurement and management book procedures and tested for compliance and noted no exceptions. There's also a process for verifying work eligibility for individuals in the program, which includes using the E-Verify system. We selected a sample of Texas Nurses Foundation's employees for compliance with the E-Verify requirement, and no exceptions were noted. We did also note that the Texas Nurses Foundation undergoes an annual financial audit by an external certified public accounting firm. The most recent audit was for the year ended June 30th, 2020, and based on our review of the audited financial statements, the opinion issued by that external CPA firm was unmodified. The objective number 3, safeguarding of assets. So we reviewed the monitoring process conducted by the board on the Texas Nurses Foundation contract and reviewed required reports and documents. The board has a contract manager who uses a centralized contract management folder to keep all contract documents, report, contract correspondence, and other required documents. We also selected a sample of referrals and tested for specific attributes stipulated in the Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 22. No exceptions were noted. The Texas Nurses Foundation grants computer network access to users on a need-to-know basis. Passwords are effectively used to control access to the Texas Pay Assistance Program computer resources. The Texas Pay Assistance Program has a process in place to restrict access to Texas Pay Assistance Program applications with the use of passwords. Passwords are not displayed during logon and contain a combination of letters, numbers, and special characters. Physical access to the Texas Pay Assistance Program office at the Texas Nurses Foundation is restricted and controlled via a keypad. There's also an antivirus software on all computers, and the Texas Nurses Foundation is up to date with their security patches. There are adequate controls in place to maintain and secure the Texas Pay Assistance Program assets. The computer room is restricted and accessible only to authorized personnel through the use of a keyboard, and access is also monitored. There are fire extinguishers, and the computer room's temperature is controlled and monitored to ensure protection of assets. Mission critical assets are backed up on a scheduled basis and stored offsite. Our audit test for this area of the engagement indicated no deficiencies that are significant to the objective of this engagement. There is also a documented business continuity plan to ensure continuation and resumption of critical functions, including the Texas Pay Assistance Program. The Texas Pay Assistance Program's case management system is hosted by a third-party company. That system underwent a system and control, which we call SOC2 examination for the period beginning October 1st, 2019 and ending September 30th, 2020. The report from that examination indicated no deficiencies that are significant to the objective of this internal audit engagement. Objective number 4, economical and efficient use of resources. Quarterly reports and documents submitted to the Texas Nurses Foundation, submitted by the Texas Nurses Foundation, are reviewed by the contract manager and the board staff to ensure accuracy, completeness, and to address any issue which may be presented in the contract. We selected a sample of referrals and tested for specific attributes stipulated in the Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 22, and no exceptions were noted. So based on the results of the audit work that we performed, we do believe that the processes employed in maintaining the Texas Pay Assistance Program appear to be effective in ensuring that the board's established objectives and goals for operations relating to the Texas Pay Assistance Program for nurses are met. Again, we did gain an understanding of the processes in place and selected a sample of cases and data and tested for accuracy and compliance with policies and procedures and laws. Additionally, we reviewed the board's updated processes for monitoring the Texas Pay Assistance Program for nurses transactions and noted no exceptions. So as a result of the work we did, we noted no deficiencies in the audit that are significant to the objectives of the internal audit engagement. Any insignificant issues noted have been communicated to the management of the board as required by Texas government auditing standards. I'll be more than happy to entertain any questions that you may have related to the engagement.
Thank you. Any questions, board members, or statements? Mr. Mayak, do you have anything to say, or Ms. Thomas?
Well, I will say that the real positive part also is this emanated from our audit that we had by the state auditor's office. So it is good to see that we're in compliance with everything, and that we're also following our procedures that we have established internally and monitoring the contract. So that's real positive also.
Okay. Anything else, anyone? Ms. Thomas?
Yes, I was going to say, Madam President, that the processes used by the internal auditor were very thoughtful, collegial with staff, honored our time in presenting everything to him, and I thought very thorough. So that's just our experience.
Thank you. For board members that are new, with, I don't know, is it Dr. Rufus or, okay, I wasn't sure. I thought I heard that. Yes, yes. So this is a fairly new contract with him, and we weren't having these kinds of audits except for the last few years, and our auditor at that time retired. And so we've started our relationship with Dr. Rufus and his organization, and we've been very pleased with that. So that's part of what she is saying, in working with his group is good and is easy for us. Anytime you make a change, you wonder how that's going to go, and so it's gone well. So thank you for that. So is this the second year? Okay.
It's our second year.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Any other questions, members? This is a voting item. And I need a motion on agenda item 7.3.
This is Tamara, and I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you.
I move to accept internal audit report of the Texas Peer Assistance Program for nurses, BON 021-001, as prepared by Monday Rufus, CPA, for fiscal year 2021.
Thank you. And could I have a second?
This is Carol Hawkins. I second.
Thank you, Carol. All right, having a motion and a second, if there's no other discussion, we'll take a vote.
Madam President, all votes are in favor.
Okay, thank you. So the motion passes. So thank you, Dr. Rufus, for your help and your report. And we appreciate that, and we'll look forward to the next part of our audit plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Mark, and your team, and thank you, staff, for working with Dr. Rufus on his requests. Thank you. Okay, board members, at this time, we'll move on to 6.1 Nurse Licensure Compact Update. Ms. Thomas?
Trying to follow, I'm sorry, we're Normally, we're sitting by each other and we can know what's coming next.
I know she and I are always, we have our highlighters and our pens. And so I'm trying to go back to our regular format, but we're off time-wise. So I'm going forward and then coming back. So
Okay.
jumping around. This is a no motion required information only. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Earlier, I reported to you that we're up to 38 states in the Nurse Licensure Compact now. Since I gave you that report, there's been a form distributed by National Council that provides the status of the newer states who haven't fully implemented yet. So, as I said, Vermont, Pennsylvania, and Ohio implemented this year, but Pennsylvania and Ohio have a lot to do before they fully implement. Pennsylvania hasn't established a date for implementation, but Ohio has said they will start in January 2023. In the meantime, National Council staff will get with them to provide training so that they are ready to go when the time comes. And they do a very thorough orientation for new states that are coming on. Vermont will implement in February of 2022. So they're coming up fairly quickly. And then Guam and New Jersey both have sort of a different approach. Guam is the only U.S. territory in the compact now. And both of these, I'm sorry, not both of them. Guam provides that anyone with a multi-state license from another jurisdiction can come into their territory and provide care, but they are not issuing multi-state licenses until 2022. In New Jersey, um, also has no multi-state licenses being issued at this time, um, but other states may come in as well. So there are different approaches that are suitable for the compact and help their state at least to get started. I wanted to point out that the Massachusetts Health Policy Commission board had recommended that Massachusetts join the NLC. This is a state where the compact has been introduced multiple legislative sessions and been unsuccessful. I believe that the major opposition comes from the nursing union there, but I think legislators recommended last time that this be studied, and it has been studied. I provided the report to you. It's very supportive of the compact, particularly in light, they say, of the pandemic, which highlighted the importance of and potential for telehealth and demonstrated the need to remove the barriers for cross-state practice. And then the last thing I wanted to highlight out of this report is that the APRN compact, the brand new compact, some of us have been around for a long time, and I think Dusty and I worked on the drafting of the first APRN compact, and it never has been implemented. I mean, through various iterations, it never has, primarily because the consensus model is incorporated into the compact and requires independent practice or full practice authority. And that isn't present in some of the states and is opposed. And states still have other very nuanced differences to their requirements, which they think are better than what other jurisdictions might hold. So anyway, there was some revisions made to the APRN compact in 2020 that was approved by the Delegate Assembly. And North Dakota had joined in March of this year, and they were followed by Delaware who joined in June of this year. So they need 7 states now under the new compact to enact, and they're waiting to get to that point and trying to move in that direction. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And, Ms. Thomas was in on writing and working on the first one and then the second one. And it was almost like labor and delivery for this last one because we have really strong opinions in the APRN field. And there was a lot of negotiating and discussion. So she did an excellent job on the national scene, talking in front of hundreds of people over and over about that whole process. So I commend her for that. I think she could shake her
I
head.
I hope this launches because I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah, right.
I think
It
it's
was,
great, just like it is.
yes, yes, yes. It was a transition to practice issue and just a lot of things. And she was a fearless leader. So thank you for that.
And
Okay.
just for the new members, Madam President, we're going to add the nurse licensure compact to training for the board for
Oh,
development.
good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So look forward to that.
Make a note about that. That's good. Okay, next on the agenda is item 6.2. I see John Vanderford there. Hello, John. Consideration of adoption of rule review of 22 Texas Administrative Code, chapters 213 relating to practice and procedure. 213 was related to practice and procedure. 216 related to continuing competency, and 221 advanced practice nurses, including written comments received, if any. And so this is a no motion, but information item only. So we'll go to one of our legal counsel, John Vanderford.
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this agenda item is an adoption of a rule review for chapters 213, 216, and 221, as mentioned by the board president. And these rules were proposed by the board as a part of the rule review. They were posted in the Texas Register on December 11th, 2020, and no comments were received. As such, staff will file a notice of adoption in the Texas Register. And because the board has already authorized the readoption of the rule review, this report is for informational purposes only, but staff is happy to answer any questions about this item.
Mr. Vanderford, could you just explain the rule review process briefly for the new members?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Thomas. I'm glad you asked. A rule review is a legal requirement in the Texas government code that requires an agency to verify all of its rule chapters that a reason for that chapter still exists from the time that it was adopted, and that it complies with all current laws and policies. So what the board has to do every 4 years following a schedule is to look at each of the chapters that the board has adopted and make any necessary amendments, changes, or repeals to verify that the reasons still exist and that we still need those chapters. So what has happened here is there's been a proposed review of rules of chapters 213, 216, and 221. The board has found that these chapters still need to exist. And because the board has found these, this is the adoption of that rule review. And hopefully that answers any other questions about what a rule review is, but I'm happy to elaborate any more if necessary.
Thank you. There's also a step in there that Ms. Thomas, you can speak to that, or we were going to speak to it before about how the governor's office looks at some rules that might have to do with antitrust. So even when we do this, and so do you want to speak to that?
I'll let Mr. Vanderford do that.
Okay.
The next agenda item implicates that. In fact, the governor's office has wanted to review more some of the rules in the next proposed rule review. So I'm happy to talk about it as it relates to the next agenda item.
Perfect. I got ahead of myself. I was like, oh yeah, that antitrust thing. So let's go to the agenda item 6.3, consideration of adoption of rule review of 22 Texas Administrative Code, chapters 214 relating to vocational nursing education, 215 relating to professional nursing education, 222 relating to advanced practice registered nurses with prescriptive authority, including written comments received, if any, Mr. Vanderford. And it is a no motion, information only. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. So board members, this is another rule review adoption on chapters 214, 215, and 222, much like the adoption of the 213, 216, and 221 that we just talked about. Now, no public comments were received, but the Regulatory Compliance Division is a division in the governor's office that takes another look at our rules after we've posted them for rule review, or we've posted new amendments or new rules. And they would like to review several sections found in 214 and 215. And those are the chapters that control vocational nursing education and professional nursing education. Because the governor's office has asked that these be reviewed further, the rule review adoption that will take place after this board meeting will adopt all of the chapters except for the ones that the governor's office has asked to review. And since we've begun to sort of talk about the Office of Regulatory Compliance in the governor's office and what that means, just to briefly sort of explain what they're looking at is they are looking for rules that have what they believe could be an undue impact on business and not furthering the purposes of regulation. And this all flows from cases that the legal department of the Board of Nursing has been following for some time. And we've had other issues looked at by the Office of Regulatory Compliance, including my next agenda item, which was the midwife rule. So what staff would like to say is that by merely the governor's office saying they would like to look at a rule does not mean that the rule is any sort of antitrust violation. It doesn't mean that the rule shouldn't be in effect. We will be in communication with the governor's office about the reasons for the rule, the background of the rule. And then in October, once all of the research and analysis has taken place, then we will come back to the board in October and explain what has happened and whether we have any proposed amendments, repeals, or whether we believe that the rules should remain as it is. So stay tuned for more updates about those other chapters or about those sections within those chapters. In the meantime, 214, 215, and 222 will be readopted and they will all remain in effect for this time. Happy to answer any more questions about that.
Okay, board members, any questions? Good thing we have these lawyers taking care of us, Dusty and his group. So thank you. I'm trying to stay up with where I am. I'm going through several pages now. And are we at 6.4?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm thinking there. Next on the agenda is item 6.4, consideration of adoption of proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 221.14 relating to nurse midwives providing controlled substances, including written comments received, if any, Mr. Vanderford, and no motion on this item. Thank you.
That's correct. Thank you, Madam President. Board members, you will recall that the board authorized amendments to this section for consistency with legislative changes at the April meeting. These changes were primarily regarding the number of nurse midwives to which a physician could delegate the providing of controlled substances. No timely comments were received, and staff will file a notice of adoption as authorized by the board.
Any questions, board members? Okay. This is what Kathy was talking about. We've got so many papers. Are you, let's see, no, that's on consent.
I believe we might be down to 7.4.
Is that 7.4? consideration of selection of vendor for Texas Peer Assistance Program for nurses, TPAPN. And this is, it's April, and I'm sorry, I'm very difficult with her last name.
Lawanag?
Lawanag. Hi, April, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, board members. I'm an attorney for the board. I handle our contracts, and I'm also the contract manager for the TPAPN contract. So, board members, the purpose of this report is to seek the board's approval to contract with the Texas Nurses Foundation for Texas Peer Assistance Program for Nurses TPAPN services. As the current contract with the Texas Nurses Foundation terminates at the end of this fiscal year, which is August 31st, board staff was required to competitively bid the services for a new contract. So board staff requested and received a delegation of purchasing authority from the Texas Comptroller of Public Accounts to purchase TPAPN services. And then on May 17th, staff issued a request for proposals to procure TPAPN services on the Electronic State Business Daily. Board staff also posted a solicitation announcement on an issue of the Texas Register. Staff advertised the solicitation on these two publications in order to reach as many vendors as possible. The closing date for submitting responses was on June 30th, which gave respondents more than 30 days to prepare a response. One response, which was submitted by the Texas Nurses Foundation, was received. Staff reviewed the response in accordance with the government code and the Comptroller's Procurement and Contract Management Guide. Staff also reviewed the response to ensure that it met all of the requirements of the request for proposals. The request for proposals required, among other things, that the respondent be certified by the Texas Health and Human Services Commission as a peer assistance program under Texas Health and Safety Code, Chapter 467, that the respondent be able to provide statewide peer advocacy services to all nurses licensed to practice in Texas whose practice may be impaired by chemical dependency, certain mental illnesses, or diminished mental capacity, and that the respondent have a statewide monitoring system to track nurses while preserving confidentiality. Staff has determined that the response submitted by the Texas Nurses Foundation meets all of the requirements of the RFP. So as the Government Code and the General Appropriations Act both require the agency's governing board to approve a contract for peer assistance program for nurses services, board staff is seeking the board's approval to contract with the Texas Nurses Foundation for TPAPN services. That's the end of my report, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Okay, very thorough report. Thank you. Can I get a motion on agenda item 7.4?
This is Tamara. I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you.
I move to approve the Texas Nurses Foundation as the awarded vendor of the request for proposals number 507-21-001 for the Texas Peer Assistance Program for Nurses Services, and authorize the executive director for the board to prepare and execute a new 2-year contract with the option to renew for one additional 2-year period without the need for an additional rebidding process.
Thank you. And is there a second?
This is
Carol
Laura. I
Hawkins, I
second.
Carol, did you second that?
Laura, other one.
Oh,
Yes.
Laura did?
Yes.
Okay, Laura, thank you. Sorry. Okay, having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote.
Madam President, all members have voted for.
Okay, so the motion passes. Thank you very much. And thank you for that report. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next for consideration is agenda item 7.5. I don't know if Dr. Hooper is on, considering of adding the National League for Nursing NLN Commission for Nursing Education Accreditation, CNEA, to the list of board-approved national nursing accreditation organizations. Dr. Hooper? I see her name, but I do not see her face.
There she is. It'll just take a minute. Dr. Hooper, we
Yay.
can't hear you. Wanna Just
All right,
make sure
that
you're
should do it.
muted.
That should do it.
There.
Thank you.
Yes.
I had to quickly watch the agenda. It was going quickly. So this is item 7.5 having to do with accreditation. And I'm happy to give this item because accreditation is kind of a passion with me. A few years ago when the IRE was in place, I did a research project on how we were using the model that we were using in our state. So when the legislature of the 80th session passed House Bill 2426, which was a sunset bill, one of the requirements for the Board of Nursing was to select one or more national nursing accreditation agencies recognized by the U.S. Department of Education and determined to have standards equivalent to the board's ongoing approval standards to meet rule requirements. So how were we going to find that out? We decided we would do a crosswalk between the accreditation standards and our board rules. So that was carried out with both organizations at that time, which were the Accreditation Commission for Education and Nursing and the Commission for Collegiate Nursing Education. So there were two at that time. And we did realize through the crosswalks and through letting them as validation through the accreditation organizations, find that many of the standards were close enough that we could accept their regulating those standards in programs that were accredited, but some of them were specific to Texas. So we kept those back for us to monitor all programs for those standards. And then they were both approved. So if a program is accredited by one of those organizations, they do not need to have a visit from us on a regular basis, and we allow them to meet the accreditation regulations for certain standards that we waive to accreditation. Others we hang on to, the ones that talk about the DEX and our jurisprudence and those things related to Texas we hang on to. NLN was the first accreditation organization in the country for many years, and the current ACEN is a spinoff from NLN, and the other organization, CCNE, accredits only baccalaureate and higher degree. So NLN began to establish a new nursing accreditation platform in 2013 and has accredited, I think it's 115 programs in 29 states across the country. And so a big step in starting a new organization like this is to get approval from the Department of Education. And that was begun. And a part of the process of getting that approval is to have someone from their department come and spend time with the accreditation organization and watch how everything is done, observe processes. I happened to be on the commission those 3 years that this process was going on. So I was in the meetings where we had one or two people from the Department of Education come and observe our conversations, our deliberations, our paperwork. One time they took all of our notes away so they could study them. And when it came time for the recommendation to the Department of Education, they recommended approval. And that took a while because it became a rather political matter since there are other accreditation organizations. But they were approved on May 13th, I think it was May 13th. They got the letter of approval from the Department of Education. And so it's time for us to look at having this accreditation as one of the ones approved by the DOE that we also recognize. A crosswalk has also been done with their standards. Most accreditation organizations use very similar basic standards, but CNEA is the name of this accreditation commission, puts more emphasis on evaluation, and their standards begin with a huge standard on evaluation. So they're a little different. They will not be a gatekeeper to provide federal funding, as most schools get that through another accreditation from regional or national or one of those other organizations. 2 schools in Texas have already been accredited by CNEA, Tyler Junior College and Wharton County Junior College. I'm very much in favor of accreditation. We do not require it. It's voluntary because it's very expensive. But when a program goes through getting ready for their accreditation visit and their self-study, they raise their standards quite a bit above what our requirements are for entry level into practice, safe nurses with competencies. Their standards are at a higher level with the institution where the nursing program is, and a lot of other physical aspects of a program. So my recommendation to the board is to add CNEA, the Commission on Nursing Education Accreditation, to the group. And Gina and I worked together with a suggestion that we not list the particular ones in our rule, not the vendor type, but in general, as long as we have documented that they were approved by our board. So you do see in your report the table showing the standards that we find are equivalent enough that we can accept they're meeting their standards, and the ones that we want to hold on to because they're specific to Texas regulations. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Hooper. That was great. And thank you for the history of that and your input with that. I don't know why, I'm just amazed every time she comes up with something else that she's done and she's been a part of. So thank you. Any statements, questions, board members? Hey,
Just some trivia, if you want trivia. We have found in research at NCSBN that programs that are nursing accredited do better on the NCLEX. And also, if you look at our state, you can virtually say all the BSN programs are accredited, about 2/3 of the ADM programs, and only 3 of the VN programs are accredited, because it is it's a monstrous attack to go into being accredited.
Having been through that at our university fairly recently, yes, 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 yes. Okay, I need a motion on agenda item 7.5, consideration of adding the National League for Nursing, the NLN Commission for Nursing Education Accreditation, CNEA, to the list of board-approved national nursing accreditation organizations.
Madam President, I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards.
I move to add the name of the National League for Nursing Commission for Nursing Education Accreditation to the list of board-approved credentialing agencies recognized by the United States Department of Education, determined to have standards equivalent to the board's ongoing approval standards. Programs with nursing accreditation may follow Education Guideline 3.2.4.A. Any standards not equivalent will continue to be monitored by the board.
One statement in the motion, she said credentialing instead of accrediting agencies. I don't know that that's going to be an issue, but we'll just make that correction. Thank you,
Okay.
Dr. Edwards. Is there a second to the motion?
This is Laura Disk. I second.
Thank you. Having a motion
Madam,
and a, yes?
I just want to add that the attachment is named 7.6 and it's 7.5.
The board item number was changed as we
Okay.
got nearer the board meeting.
Okay.
Dr.
Okay.
Hooper, this is Kathy Lederhorn. I had one quick little question. You said that there's a carve out for these other accrediting bodies to monitor the Texas, but the carve out are things that we monitor that are specific to Texas. How will you guys know? Do they let y'all know that, hey,
Well,
I'm about
you ask a very good question. That is one of the gaps because if a program wants to start an extension program, say, that's an area that we leave up to them, and the program must advise the accreditation organization that they are doing that. And often we don't know that they've done that. Sometimes we do know, but that's a little gap when you leave it all up to accreditation, and that's why we were hesitant to leave all standards to accreditation.
So do these accrediting bodies, do they inform y'all, hey, this university is about to go through their, like Joint Commission's going to let CMS know, hey, we're about to go in there. So is it the
Sometimes,
same kind of
sometimes
setup?
not. It's, yeah,
Okay.
it's
Okay, that was my only question.
thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second, and it's 7.5 on the agenda. I'll clarify that. And if you will please vote.
Madam President, all members have voted for. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Hooper.
Thank you.
So next for consideration is agenda item 7.6, consideration of proposed amendments to 213.33 relating to factors considered for imposition of penalty sanctions, including the Texas Board of Nursing disciplinary matrix. So Ms. Abel, if you would introduce yourself, because we have new members, and then she will present. Yes, Ms. Thomas?
I'm sorry, Madam President. I wanted us to jump to 7.7 and 7.8 after 7.5 because they're related to that item. It's just that the way the agenda fell, other items came in first. But Ms. Abel is prepared to move to those items as well.
Okay, so we're not going to do 7.6 right now. We will go to 7.7, which is consideration of proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 214.4 relating to approval. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. My name is Gina Abel. I'm Deputy General Counsel for the board. For those new board members, welcome. This agenda item is related to the report that Dr. Hooper just talked to you about. This agenda item is related to amendments to 214.4, that is a vocational nursing education rule. And in that rule, if you look in attachment A, you can currently see that currently the rule refers to the approved accreditation agencies by specific name. And the reason that staff is proposing a change to the way that the board does this is because each time that an entity either became board approved or fell off board approval, the board rule has to be amended to match those names. And so it's a very inefficient way to sort of do that. Instead, what staff is recommending is that the education guideline that Dr. Hooper referred to have a more generic title that still gives constituents and members of the public and schools notice that there is a guideline that's going to contain the specific entities that have been approved by the board. But this way, that guideline can be amended without having to change the rule every single time. So if you look at attachment A, that is the intent of this rule change, is just to incorporate a new name for that guideline. And then when you go to that guideline, as Dr. Hooper talked about, you'll see the specific entities that are currently approved by the board. And so staff is just recommending this as a change to this board rule to make things a little more efficient and easy. And so we're not having to constantly change board rules every time something might come up like this. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about that.
Thank you, Ms. Abel. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you for that presentation. Could I have a motion on agenda item 7.7?
Madam President,
Yes.
I move to approve the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 214.4 relating to approval as set out in attachment A, with authority for the General Counsel to make editorial changes as necessary to clarify rule and board intent and to comply with the formatting requirements of the Texas Register. If no negative comments and no requests for a public hearing are received, move to adopt the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 214.4 relating to approval as proposed.
Thank you. And thank you for that motion. Could I have a second?
This is Rick Williams. I second.
Thank you, Rick. Okay, I have a motion and a second. If there's no discussion, if you'll please vote.
Madam President, all board members voted for. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. So motion carries. Next on the agenda is 7.8, consideration of proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 215.24 relating to definitions and 215.4 relating to approval. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this rule proposal has two changes. The first one is going to be related to 215.4. This is very similar to what we just talked about in the last agenda item. The only real difference is that this applies to professional nursing education programs and is in that chapter of the rules as opposed to the vocational nursing education programs. But the amendment would work the exact same way. So on attachment A, you'll see under 215.4, the change would be that we would also refer to a guideline instead of specifically listing the entities that have been approved by the board as accreditation agencies. And instead, those would be contained in the guideline, and there's the more generic reference to the guideline in the rule. The other change as part of this report is to 215.2 definitions, and that is just to make a correction of a typo, a typographical error in the definition of approved. It should be professional nursing education program because these are the rules that apply to the RN programs and not the VN programs. So that's just an editorial change that staff would like to make. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have for me.
Thank you. Any questions, board members? Hey, if I could get a motion on agenda item 7.8.
This is Tamara. I will try to make this motion.
Yes, it's a long one.
Okay, I move to approve the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 215.24 relating to definitions as set out in attachment A with the authority for the General Counsel to make editorial changes as necessary to clarify rule and board intent and to comply with the formatting requirements of the Texas Register. If no negative comments and no requests for public hearing are received, move to adopt the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 215.24 relating to definitions as proposed. Further, move to approve the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 215.4 relating to approval as set out in attachment A with authority for the General Counsel to make editorial changes as necessary to clarify rule and board intent and to comply with the formatting requirements of the Texas Register. If no negative comments and no request for public hearing are received, move to adopt the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 215.4 relating to approval as proposed.
Thank you. We have a motion, and do I have a second?
Ken Johnson, I'll second.
Thank you, Ken. So if we have no discussion, then please vote.
Madam President, all board members voted for. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. So motion carries. So at this time, Ms. Abel, do you want to go back to 7.6 and then we'll do 7.9? Is that good? Okay.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, next for consideration is agenda item 7.6, consideration of proposed amendments to 213.33 relating to factors considered for imposition of penalties and sanctions, including the Texas Board of Nursing disciplinary matrix. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Earlier, board members, you heard the report by Mr. Holter and also Ms. Thomas about some of the bills that were passed that affected the Nursing Practice Act this past session. This report concerns one of those bills, House Bill 1434. That bill will become effective September 1st of 2021. And what that bill does is it creates a new disciplinary cause of action for practitioners who perform or who delegate the performance of pelvic examinations on unconscious or anesthetized patients without proper patient consent or where the procedure is not within the standard of care. The proposed amendments that you see in attachment A are necessary to include this new cause of action in the existing matrix that the board has. And for the benefit of the new members and just to remind existing members, the board's matrix tracks section 301.452B of the Nursing Practice Act for all of the potential disciplinary causes of action that the board can look at when we have a case, and then makes recommendations divided into tiers and sanction levels about the appropriate types of sanctions that could match those particular violations. So when the legislature included this new disciplinary cause of action, they actually renumbered that section of the Nursing Practice Act. So those of you will remember that we used to refer to section B13 as minimum standards of nursing practice. And now B13 is going to be the new cause of action. And then we're going to have to renumber the minimum standards of nursing practice to B14. So towards the end of the matrix, that's going to be the major change that you see in here is the insertion of this new cause of action. We have a proposed sanction level for it and proposed aggravating and mitigating circumstances that staff felt might be relevant in these situations. You will note, unlike the other sections in the matrix, there is only one tier for this particular offense. And in discussion, staff felt like if a person was referred to the board for having committed this violation, the statutory exceptions in which this type of procedure would be permitted are very narrow. And so if a person was committing this outside of those exceptions, then staff felt like the level of the sanction should be suspension, revocation, or possible denial. And then we also list the aggravating circumstances that staff felt like might be important in an individual case and also the mitigation. The remaining amendments that you see that are being proposed, they're all outlined in red for you, are a lot of them are just cleanup, just changing statutory language to make it match the statute a little bit better, updating outdated website addresses. And then there's some clarifying language in there to try to help the use of the matrix in contested case proceedings by the judges and also by nurse consultants and staff during those contested case hearings. just some things that we've noticed through experience that might be a little bit more helpful. And those are all outlined for you in red and underlined so that you can see the proposed new language. And if you have any questions about any specific provision, I'd be happy to try and answer those.
Any questions, board members? Okay, if not, can I get a motion on agenda item 7.6?
Madam President, this is Laura.
Yes.
I move to approve the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 213.33 relating to factors considered for imposition of penalties, sanctions, including the disciplinary matrix as set out in attachment A, with authority for the general counsel to make editorial changes as necessary to clarify rule and board intent and to comply with the formatting requirements of the Texas Register. If no negative comments and no request for public hearing are received, move to adopt the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 213.33 relating to factors considered for imposition of penalties, sanctions, including the disciplinary matrix as proposed.
Thank you.
This is Kathy Lederhorn. I'll second.
Great, thank you. Okay, if there's no other comments, please vote.
Madam President, all board members have voted for. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. The motion carries. Next on the agenda for consideration is 7.9, consideration of proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 213.28 relating to licensure of individuals with criminal history, including the Texas Board of Nursing disciplinary guidelines for criminal conduct. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, in this report, we also have 2 additional bills that were just passed in this last legislative session that affect Board Rule 213.28 and the board's disciplinary guidelines for criminal conduct. So first we have House Bill 375. This bill creates a new criminal offense by including disabled individuals in continuous sexual abuse of young children or disabled individuals. This offense is included in the enumerated list of crimes that are in the Nursing Practice Act 301.4535. And you'll recall that that list of crimes are those in which the board has no discretion but to revoke or deny a license once a nurse has either pled nolo contendere, received a deferred adjudication, or been convicted of one of those crimes. And also in that section of the law, it prevents a person from having a license reissued to them or being issued a license for the first time until 5 years have passed from the date that the person has successfully completed community supervision or been released from parole. So this particular crime has been placed into that section of the code in the Nursing Practice Act. And so you'll see in the actual guidelines that are included in attachment A, staff has highlighted the change for you so it's easy to see. And the change is just to include that new language in the offense under continuous sexual abuse of young child or disabled individual. And the underlined text is the new text, and the crossed out text is the text that's being proposed for deletion. The second bill that affects this rule is House Bill 757. This will also become effective on September 1st of 2021. And this bill applies to all licensing agencies. And what it does is it basically prevents a licensing agency from denying, suspending, or revoking a person's license based upon a deferred adjudication that has been successfully completed and dismissed. Now, of course, there are going to be some specific exceptions to that. And the one that is important for us is that it can be considered by a licensing agency if the offense is one of the following, either listed in particular articles, which I've listed in my report. These are going to include your most serious felonies. Oftentimes, most of these offenses are also going to be repeated in the Nursing Practice Act 301.4535. They also include sexual offenses, public indecency offenses, or if they're related to the activity or conduct for which the person seeks or holds the license. And for the board, this is not going to be that big of a change for us because, as you'll recall, after sunset, the board did an extensive review of its criminal history rule to ensure that all of the offenses have a direct relationship to the practice of nursing in order for the board to consider taking action on those. And so you'll see that there's very little that is actually being proposed for amendment in the rule. There is one particular exception that's listed in this bill that staff did want to include, and that is that you can also, as a licensing agency, consider a successfully completed and dismissed deferred adjudication if the profession for which the individual holds the license involves direct contact with children in the normal course of duties for which that license was required. And so staff did include that as part of the proposed amendments because nursing can, of course, include the care of children and in a variety of settings. And so the board would want to preserve its ability to be able to look at offenses that could affect those settings. And that's the only changes that are really necessary to the board rule as a result of these two bills. I'm happy to answer any specific questions if you have any.
This is Tamara. I have a quick question. When we added in that comment regarding direct contact with children in the normal course of official nursing duties, should we consider adding direct contact with disabled individuals as well?
So that's a good question. So the reason that the amendment is worded that way is that's because that's the actual specific exception that the bill allows for. So the bill does not allow for a specific exception for disabled individuals. So that would not be something that would be the direct result of this particular enactment of law. You would see, of course, that if it did involve the specific crime that's been added to the criminal guidelines, that would be a 301.4535 offense for which the board would revoke or deny a license. And then, of course, none of these change the existing provisions of this rule that allow the board to consider assaultive or violative offenses. And I think that that would already be covered in the existing rule for us to be able to look at that offense and take the appropriate action. It's just that it's not a specific exception that was recognized by the legislature as being part of this particular bill's enactment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Any other questions of Ms. Abel? Okay,
Madam President, I'll make a motion.
thank you.
I move to approve the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 213.28 relating to licensure of individuals with criminal history, including the board's criminal guidelines as set out in Attachment A, with authority for General Counsel to make editorial changes as necessary to clarify rule and board intent and to comply with formatting requirements of the Texas Register. If no negative comments and no requests for a public hearing are received, move to adopt the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 213.28 relating to licensure of individuals with criminal history, including the board's criminal guidelines as proposed.
Thank you. Do I have a second to the motion?
This is Carol Hawkins. I second.
Thank you. Okay, having a motion and a second, if there's no other discussion, please vote.
Madam President, all board members voted for. The vote is unanimous.
So the motion carries. Thank you, board members. Thank you, Ms. Abel. So I have now that we've completed all but 8, some of 8 and 9 ALJ proposals for decision. Is that correct with you, Ms. Thomas?
I believe so, Madam President.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, we'll now move on to 8.6 ALJ proposals for decision, agenda item 8.61, consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 148151 issued to Karen Ann Leggett, SOA docket number 507-21-1209. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this was a contested case hearing that was held at the State Office of Administrative Hearings. The respondent represented herself, and included in your board packet is the resulting PFD. In this case, the respondent admitted to stealing the medications, the hydrocodone, and ingesting it. She also stole the drug sheet that was with the drugs to hide the amount of hydrocodone that she took. She admitted that she ingested the medication and she continued to remain on duty afterwards, and she did become sick while she was on duty. The ALJ, after the hearing, found that this conduct violates the Nursing Practice Act and board rules. And the ALJ's recommended sanction, as included in the PFD, was for an enforced suspension until either a chemical dependency evaluation clears the respondent as safe to return to nursing, or evidence of treatment and 12 months of sobriety. Following one of those options, the ALJ recommends a 3-year probated suspension with stipulations to include remedial education courses, direct supervision for the first year, and direct supervision for the second year, random drug testing, and any other requirements the board deems appropriate. Staff is recommending that the board adopt an enforced suspension until the respondent is able to show 1 year of sobriety and treatment, to be followed by a 3-year probationary term with the requirements that are set out in the board order that's included in your packet. Typically, evaluations are done prior to hearings so that any information that's discovered in the evaluation can be considered as part of the hearing. And if an evaluation is performed after a hearing has been held, it's possible that the evaluator could discover information that might be inconsistent or consistent with information already considered in the hearing by the administrative law judge and as part of the recommended sanction. And in that situation, that could pose an issue in trying to effectuate the remaining terms of the board's order. So for example, if an evaluator wanted the respondent to undergo group or individual counseling or support group attendance, those terms were not something that was considered by the administrative law judge in this case and would not be appearing in the board order. And so that would be an issue for the for staff and for the board to have to deal with after the fact. So because of that, the staff is recommending that in this case, the facts support an enforced suspension until respondent shows 1 year of sobriety and treatment. And then after that time period, moving into the 3-year probationary requirements that the ALJ recommended and that staff is also recommending. And I included the requirements of the order in your board packet and the attachment, and I'm happy to answer any questions about the case or if you have any questions about staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Abel. Any questions, board members? Okay, hearing none, can I get a motion on agenda item 8.6.1?
Madam President,
Madam President.
I
Go
move
ahead.
to adopt all of the proposed findings of fact and conclusions in the PFD and impose an enforced suspension against the respondent's license, to be followed by 3 years of probationary stipulations as is set out in the attached proposed order.
Thank you, Rick. And Tamara, did you second that?
Yes, I would second that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Tamara Rhodes. Okay, hearing no other discussion, please vote.
I'm waiting on Board Member Ken Johnson's vote.
Madam President, I lost connection to the server. If you
Okay,
give me a
if you'll
moment.
let me know. Ken, did you want to vote for, against, abstain, or recuse?
4.
Madam President, all board members have voted for. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. So motion carries. Thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Abel. Now we'll consider agenda item 8.6.2, consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 310766 issued to Tarifa Real Lopez. SOA docket number 507-2024-79. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this agenda item was also the result of a contested case hearing held at the State Office of Administrative Hearings. In this case, the respondent was represented by counsel at the hearing. And this case involved the respondent's conduct while she was working as a nurse in a prison system in Gatesville, Texas. After the hearing, the ALJ found that the respondent failed to notify the facility's mental health team after an inmate presented to the respondent with complaints or symptoms of anxiety and depression, and after being directed to do so by a registered nurse with whom she consulted. The respondent was supposed to have sent an email to the entire mental health team and also speak directly with a group health team member. And at that point, the mental health team was supposed to take over the patient's care. And this was supposed to be done promptly, and these are the things that were not done in this case. Respondent's explanation at the time of trial was that she thought she had sent the email, but in fact, she had not notified anyone. The ALJ found that the respondent's conduct did constitute a violation of the Nursing Practice Act and board rules. And the ALJ recommends an enforced suspension pending a psychological evaluation to be followed by 2 years of probationary stipulations. Staff is recommending a 2-year probated suspension with the requirements that are set out in the board order in your packet. The ALJ's recommendation of an enforced suspension pending a psychological evaluation stems from discussion during the hearing regarding the respondent's prior leave under the FMLA Family Medical Leave Act and her recent return to the facility prior to this incident. And that was in the testimony of the respondent at trial. However, staff's formal charges did not involve a fitness to practice charge, and the formal charges focused instead solely on the incident involving the patient. And as such, staff does not believe it would be legally sufficient to base a sanction on uncharged conduct, such as the respondent's fitness to practice or lack of fitness to practice. Instead, staff recommends that the board base its sanction on the conduct that was charged and that was found to be violated by the administrative law judge. Additionally, staff would just point out that there was no evidence presented at trial to support a finding that the respondent is unfit to practice based upon her emotional state. So as a result, staff is instead recommending that the board impose a 2-year probated suspension, which is warranted under the charged facts and those found by the ALJ, and the stipulations to include remedial education courses, employer notifications, an employment form submission, indirect supervision, and quarterly employer reports. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about that.
Board members, do you have any questions of Ms. Abel? Okay, if not, could I have a motion?
This is Carol Hawkins, and I move to adopt all of the proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law in the PFD and impose a 2-year probated suspension against the respondent's license as is set out in the attached proposed order.
Thank you so much. And is there a second?
This is Rick Williams. I'll second.
Thank you, Rick. So hearing no other discussion, if you will please vote.
Madam President, all board members have voted for. The motion is unanimous.
The motion carries. Thank you. Next, we'll consider agenda item 8.6.3, consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 666733 and 150367 issued to Rosie Della Valdez, SOA docket number 507202467. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this case was also the result of a contested case hearing at the State Office of Administrative Hearings. The respondent was represented by counsel during the hearing. And this case involves the respondent's 2018 conviction for a third-degree felony driving while intoxicated charge, for which she received a suspended sentence and was placed on probation for 4 years. The administrative law judge did find a violation of the Nursing Practice Act and board rules and recommended a sanction to include several stipulations, including counseling, drug testing, probation reports, quarterly reports. The administrative law judge, however, did not make any recommendations for any type of supervisory work stipulations. While staff agrees with the administrative law judge that a felony driving while intoxicated charge is directly related to the practice of nursing because the repetitiveness of the conduct indicates a possible issue with substance abuse or chemical dependency, which could affect a nurse's ability to safely perform his or her duties and threaten public safety, staff is not recommending all of the stipulations that were recommended by the administrative law judge, basically due to the mitigation that was present in this case. The administrative law judge found as mitigating evidence that the respondent has no other convictions. She has not reoffended since the 2017 conduct that led to the 2018 conviction. She self-reported the conduct. She provided evidence of a steady work history. She is on track to complete her probationary terms with the criminal court. And her evaluation did not indicate that she has a substance use disorder, and significantly that she ended the relationship that she blamed for causing her conduct in 2017. And the ALJ did not recommend any supervisory work stipulations to begin with. Given these factors, staff believes it's sufficient to protect the public by requiring the respondent to complete courses in nursing jurisprudence and ethics and critical thinking, and to submit probation reports from the criminal court to the board to ensure that she is continuing to comply with the remaining terms of her probation. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about that for me.
Thank you, Ms. Abel. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, hearing no questions, do I have a motion on agenda item 8.6.3?
Madam President, this is Laura. I move to adopt all the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in the PFD and impose a warning with stipulations against the respondent's license as is set out in the attached proposed order.
Thank you. And could I have a second?
This is Carol Hawkins. I second.
Thank you, Carol. Okay, having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote.
Madam President, all board members voted for. The vote is unanimous.
So the motion passes. Thank you, board members. Now I'm going to 8.6.4, and I have that Mr. Vanderford will do that. Is that correct? Okay, next on the agenda is 8.64, consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number AP 121858 and 816595, issued to Amber K. Walkington, SOA docket number 507 203794. Mr. Vanderford?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this proposal for decision was issued on March 31st, 2021. The ALJ Administrative Law Judge issued a final letter updating the PFD in response to exceptions, which are included in the packet and have become part of the proposal for decision itself. By way of background, respondent is a CRNA and was represented by counsel at hearing. The administrative law judge finds that on February 22nd, 2019, that the respondent failed to perform a final verification of the medication that she was injecting into a patient's spine and administered tranexamic acid into the patient's spine instead of Marcaine. The ALJ found the following aggravating factors applied: serious risk of harm, actual harm to patient, vulnerable patient, respondent was not a new nurse at the time of the error, and the severity of the error. The ALJ found the following mitigating factors applied: there was no prior discipline, good recommendation letters from coworkers and her supervising anesthesiologist. The respondent reported the error and attempted mitigating efforts. The judge found that the respondent had good professional character, and she changed her practice as a result of the error. In the analysis, the administrative law judge found that the respondent's conduct warranted a third tier sanction level 1 sanction for her violation of 301.452B13, which is the minimum standards of nursing practice. Respondent's conduct created a risk of harm for this patient, including cardiac arrhythmias. And beyond this risk of harm, the patient suffered actual harm as a result of the error, including seizures, a cancellation of the scheduled surgery that he was about to have, and he had to be transferred to a higher level of care. The ALJ's analysis of the actual harm can be found on pages 23 and 24 of the proposal for decision included in the board report. The ALJ recommends that the board impose a probated suspension for 2 years with remedial education to be determined by the board. Staff will note the respondent has filed a response, which is attached in the board report, continuing to argue that the respondent did not fail to follow the standard of care by performing the final check of the medication. In light of the ALJ's analysis, staff's recommendation to the board is that the board impose a probated suspension for 2 years with remedial education courses including nursing jurisprudence and ethics, medication administration, critical thinking, as well as work stipulations including employer and site notifications, indirect supervision for the term of the order, and quarterly reporting to board staff of the employment. Thank you. Staff is happy to answer any questions about this proposal for decision.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderford. Any questions, statements, board members? If not, if you can give me a motion for 8.6.4.
This is Carol. I move to adopt all the proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law in the PFD and impose a probated suspension with probationary stipulations for 2 years against the respondent's license as is set out in the attached proposed order.
This is Laura. I second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. If there's no other statements, questions, then please vote.
Madam President, all board members have voted for. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you, and the motion carries. It's this time we'll move to the next agenda item, 8.6.5, consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of petition of reinstatement of certificate number 304590 issued to Mahogany Antoinette Wilson, SOA docket number 507211147. Mr. Vanderford?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this proposal for decision was issued on May 10th, 2021. And this is an eligibility case, meaning it's a case about whether the petitioner is eligible for a nursing license. Respondent was previously a nurse who was revoked in 2018. And procedurally, the petitioner filed a petition for reinstatement in May of 2020, which was denied due to the petitioner's failure to comply with the psychological evaluation that was requested by staff. Petitioner then completed that evaluation in August of 2020. On September 8th, the petition of licensure of 2020, the petition for licensure was denied again based on her criminal history and the results of the psychological evaluation. Petitioner then, as is her right, requested a hearing on that denial at the State Office of Administrative Hearings. Following that hearing, the ALJ found that based on the psychological evaluation and the uncontroverted testimony of the clinical psychologist, the petitioner is not currently fit to practice nursing. Petitioner was found to have a chronic antisocial personality disorder and is unlikely to benefit from psychotherapeutic treatment. That the ALJ found the petitioner's long-range prognosis is poor and she has the potential for antisocial recidivism and unprofessional conduct. Sufficient evidence was found the petitioner is suffering from a mental condition that poses a risk of injury to patients and the public. And as such, the administrative law judge recommended the board deny petitioner's licensure reinstatement, and that is staff's recommendation as well. Thank you.
Any questions, board members? Okay, if not, could I have a motion on 8.6.5?
Ken Johnson, I move to adopt all of the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in the PFD and deny the petitioner's petition for licensure reinstatement as set out in the attached proposed order.
Thank you, Ken. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second.
Carol? Did you say?
Yes.
Okay, Carol Hawkins, thank you. So I have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, if you'll please vote.
Madam President, all votes are for. The vote is unanimous.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Vanderford, and thank you, Ms. Abel, for your great work for us in these cases. I think I'm showing that we are through with all of these things and we're moving into the last part of the board. Do you agree with that, Ms. Thomas? And we're on to the miscellaneous sections of 9. Oh. Did you say yes? I didn't, I'm not hearing you. Okay.
This is Tamara. It looks like we need to do 8.7.1 and 8.7.2.
They are on consent.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Help me keep it straight. I tell you.
Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, I get the consent, and on our agenda we have these little C's out to the side, and sometimes we miss some things. So thank you. So we're now moving into final items, and agenda item 9.1, review of the board quarterly meeting evaluation. It's just a discussion item only. And I'm not really going to go over that. You guys have read that. I just want to encourage you to always review the board meeting after each meeting. And Patricia sent that out today. So if you can fill that out and email it back to me or to her, she'll get it to me. We only had 6 people last time to turn that in. Overall, everyone was very complimentary of the staff, the work that they do, members being prepared. One said, appreciate Ms. Lederhorn's reminder that schools meet minimum requirements and her gratitude expressed to the work of our consultants. Our virtual went well. And we have these delays in technology, although we did better with our technology, I think, today. I disappeared for a minute or two, and some have been thrown off, but everybody got back on pretty quick. So I think this has been probably our best so far. I don't know what Patricia thinks, but very grateful for everyone, all the work to get us to this meeting. And last time we didn't begin on time. Today we did better with that. Remote, just checking on our internets at home and hopefully being prepared for those when we start the meetings. This hopefully is our last one, and we'll be back face to face in October. So shout outs to IT and Dan and his group and what they did for us. Miscellaneous, just to please complete the evaluations. One of our first time board members overall thought that it was a good experience. We're worked, I think we did better on our motions today. It's really hard, and I know it's hard being able to stay where we need to in the agenda and with IT issues. And just again, thank you to the board staff for all of the preparation to help us be able to get past this meeting. Does anyone have anything they want to say or add from last time? Okay. And next, we just gave you the count that we will look at for in October, our 2022 calendar going from January to December. And we're going to do our informals in quarters. We have been doing it on the, not on the calendar year, and we're going to do it on the calendar year. So just look at your calendars and be able to do that. We did sign up Genius last time. It didn't really work very well. We're looking for another type of process that we could do to not have it be a lengthy issue and something you can maybe sign up for in advance or after the meeting. And you can look at the fact that when our meetings are for next year. And just that's an information item. Did you have anything you wanted to add, Ms. Thomas? Ms. Thomas, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just always want to ask you. Okay. So just look at those meeting dates. So we're going to agenda item 9.3 and 9.4. That's we do a yearly executive director and board evaluations. Because of the pandemic, we were off last year and we did some earlier in the year. So it seems like we've just recently done it. Well, we did earlier in the year, but this is for the next coming year. So we'll now be considering agenda items 9.3 and 9.4, and we'll consider these agenda items in executive session. The meeting will now move into executive session and will return to open meeting upon the completion of the executive sessions to resume the remaining business in open meeting. So at this time, under the authority of Government Code Section 551.074, this meeting will go into executive session. Staff will be cleared from the virtual meeting room and post a notice for the public on the YouTube channel notifying the public, and staff members will not remain in the room. Patricia will help move board members to another secure room at this time. And then once that happens, we will still be recorded in that other room, and we will text Patricia when we are through. Usually we do this under an hour, and we have several items to cover. Sometimes it takes 30 minutes. Our Vice President, Dr. Allison Porter Edwards, will be helping do this review. And at this time, we will be moving into that other location on the web.
Can I step out? I'll come right back, like 4 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, Dan Fletcher, I'm thinking you joined with your option that doesn't allow you to speak. We can't hear you. So you got to text me and let me know when you're ready to go again.
Is this everybody that's left? I mean, are we?
Kathy Lederhorn had to leave, and we'll let the record reflect that. But we still have 8, so we have a quorum.
Wow.
Okay, Dan says we are now live.
Oh, Carol's not in.
Oh, we are
To
missing
Carol.
Hawkins.
She was in with us.
Maybe her internet connection disconnected. Let's see.
I'm gonna text her.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's just a quorum.
I just texted her to find out if she's coming back.
Kathy had to leave at 4.
I have to leave at 5. It's not an issue.
KT, your speaker's not. You're on mute.
I heard this person say one time, I love it. It says, I'm a firm believer in meetings ending on the same day they start.
Yeah.
I mean, what's going to happen in October when we got to go 2 whole days?
Oh. So we're not having a board retreat, are we then?
We
We
really
usually
were
do.
really gonna try to focus a little extra time with board development.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll talk about that because I think we need to decide what that first meeting will be at.
Yeah, may I suggest Barton Springs?
All in favor?
All in favor.
I'm sorry, that's not on the agenda. It's not, we can't take action on stuff that's not on the agenda.
Okay, well, we're live, so let's see if we can get.
We are?
I haven't heard back from Miss Hawkins.
We're waiting for Carol to see if we can get her reconnected.
Okay.
So we're live on YouTube?
Yes.
Okay.
Ma'am.
Okay. Well,
she says her internet, she's having difficulty with. She's trying again.
Okay.
okay. At this time, we have 7 members, and that is a quorum. We have 13 members. We have 4 that have not been in this meeting today. Kathy Lederhorn left the meeting. She had a previous commitment at 4 o'clock. And so we were down to 8 members, and our 1 member, Carol Hawkins, is having internet trouble, and we are trying to get her back on to complete the meeting. So, Dusty, do you want us to go with our 7? That's a quorum.
You can reconvene the meeting with 7 members if you want.
Okay. So we're now back in open meeting, and we'll consider action on agenda item 9.3, annual performance evaluation of Catherine A. Thomas, MN, RN, FAAN, our executive director. So, Dr. Edwards, do you
Yes, Madam
have
President.
a motion on agenda item 9.3 on the annual performance evaluation of Catherine A. Thomas, MN, RN, FAAN, Executive Director?
Yes, Madam President. I move to increase the salary of the Executive Director, Catherine A. Thomas, FAAN, to $169,537 annually, effective September 1 of 2021, and grant 80 hours of paid administrative leave time due to exceptional work as Executive Director of the Texas Board of Nursing.
Okay, we have a motion, and do I have a second?
Laura Disk, I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, if there is no discussion other than I just want to say exceptional work throughout the pandemic and leading the agency through very difficult times. We felt that this was warranted for the paid administrative leave. So at this time, if we'll take a vote, and we do have 7 members present.
Did we note on that that it was paid leave?
Yes.
Thank you.
Board members, Madam President, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 voting members that have voted for. So the vote is unanimous for the members that are present. I have noted that Kathy Lederhorn and Carol Hawkins are abstaining only because they are not present in the meeting.
Yes, yes. And they were, so the motion carries, majority voted yes, and they were on board with that during our discussion. So we had unanimous when we were in our executive session. And so, Ms. Thomas, thank you for the work you've done for us. We feel that you have done an amazing job leading our agency through some very difficult times this last year. We felt that some administrative leave would allow you to have save some vacation time for later and give you a little bit of probably much needed time off. And we had some suggestions some things that came up in our board evaluation and your evaluation that we wanted to discuss, just maybe some improvements, but we do feel we have great respect for you and your leadership. So I'm going to move on. Our final agenda item is 9.4 annual board self-examination, and the board annual self-examination was discussed in executive session and does not require any action. And the board as a group feels like that we do have a cohesive group and we do vote. We can express our opinions and we do vote our opinions and then speak with one voice with the outcome of that vote. So I think we have completed all the items on the agenda. And I don't know if Ms. Thomas, did you have something you wanted to say?
I just wanted to thank the board members for all the support for this last year, especially, but for my whole tenure. It is truly an honor to serve in this role. It's the best job in the world. I know one day I'll retire from it, but I'll miss it always when I do. And I'll miss all of you.
Thank you. And Dr. Edwards?
Just wanted to make a comment about our survey tool that we're using for both board evaluation and the executive director evaluation. There's really not a way to say either not applicable or what we surmised is that some of the percentages were lower than what we would have anticipated because we had new board members. We had some attrition and some new board members that really didn't have the they didn't have all the tools to make an opinion and to really provide an adequate opinion for the survey. So there's not really a ranking system that provides for either not enough experience or not applicable. So I think if we can amend the survey tool in that way for next year, that might be really helpful because, you know, you've been on the board a month, you really don't feel adequate enough to make assert those opinions. So that was brought up for both the ED and the board eval, and it did bring our percentages down that we would have expected to be, either at the 80% or better.
Yes.
Very easy to do. We'll take care of that.
Thank
And
you.
I think in our board's self-evaluation, we're very comfortable with adding when we are schools meet minimum standards that we put more criteria on for them for oversight so that we can help them be successful. And so we really want to do that moving forward.
Totally understand that. It becomes more evident with every meeting we have, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. And then the school knows what their what the expectations are.
Right.
So that was it. Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right. If there's nothing else, wonderful staff. Thank you so much. Do your board evaluations. And so we've completed all the items on the agenda, and I'm adjourning. And it is 4:20. I have no gavel, but we're done.
Thank you.
Thank you all
Thank
for
you,
your hard
everyone.
work.
Stay
Appreciate it.
safe.
Take care.
Great
Bye-bye.
weekend.
Thank you. Thank you.